Casey. A wonderful individual, absolutely. Sorry, Nate's microphone here was having some difficulties, but we'll let him take over now.
I apologize. There was a bit of a delay. But no, Casey, really good guy. Never had the opportunity to race with him, but know he's well accomplished in his craft. Really great guy overall.
Awesome. Well, looking at the event tonight here, really excited. The last race. Being consistent, being upfront definitely helps. Tony,
Absolutely. I mean, they're all very different, right? I mean, today we're starting off with the Porsche Cup car, which is going to be a very fast car. It's not a ton of aero, but especially on a technical track like Road Atlanta, this is not the full layout. It's going to be the short one, so constantly loading up the corner, and that's what's really tricky about these things. Now, later on, we're going to be hopping into a couple different cars, like a MX-5 Cup car, and then later on Indy car. And, they're all very different from each other, so keep it on track, I think, is going to be the name of the game, even if you don't have the fastest lap time, even by a second or two. As long as you're finishing the races, I think that you have a good shot of winning this thing.
Absolutely. All right, well, let's go ahead now and bring you live virtual 5 right now. This is currently qualifying, so you have
Yeah, definitely. I've been doing some real-life racing with William most recently in Spec Miata, and he kind of showed up out of nowhere and has been super fast right off the bat. And so it's no doubt that when you put him into the virtual sense that he's continuing to show the same consistency here.
fantastic. All right, and Tony, if you were hopping in this race right now, Road Atlanta, as you drive Porsches for a living, tell us some of the techniques that you guys really have to hold on, especially when they take you to the flat.
Definitely, yeah. With the elevation changes and a lot of these long corners, of course, trail braking and just in case like brake release in a lot of these areas is going to be very important. The big thing with these cars with them being rear engine is that you're just trying to keep it in check. If you get on the power too early or you shift that weight a little bit too forward too quickly, then all of a sudden you're in big trouble. And there's really not a lot of runoff either. So that's kind of one of the big things about this. If you want to set a good lap time here, I think it's going to be about precision, but also a little bit of patience. It's not just tossing the car on as fast as you can, but making sure you're getting your pedal inputs correctly and making sure that you're not overworking those front tires with too much steer and maybe popping off the brake too quickly.
Well, we're under 2 minutes away now from everyone going their final flyers before the checkered flag comes out. One important thing to note here, gentlemen, like I mentioned, are not active, meaning if you crash, Casey will not have a caution for this event, which is going to be a pretty big deal, especially since position on track really comes down to
Yeah, definitely don't want to have any turn one heroes here as you approach this first race. If you know there's 3 more to go, you want to make sure you keep your nose clean out there. Make sure you're just filing in wherever you can. Play the long game on this one.
Absolutely. Well, looking at the top 3 now, we currently have William, the man that leads Jacob here is at P2 out of 6.1. Really, looking at this race here, the top 6 predict any sort of chaos, big accident. Turn 1 after Atlanta is.
Yeah, obviously a very high-speed corner, and they're coming off a big straightaway. So I think if Willem can stay in front for the first corner and just kind of keep his nose clean, he should be all right. But Jacob obviously has some pace here. I mean, he's about 4/10 off of him, so that is pretty close. Obviously for a short course, that's not a super small amount of time, but at the same time, that's only a couple of corners differences, really.
All right, as the last few seconds tick away here, and also just want to thank and Brad, Donovan, everyone for putting this together. If you're tuning in live on Twitch or YouTube, feel free to to share the more things that we obviously are excited about, where it's supposed to be. But also next things up. Checkered flag in and out for qualifying. Next time you see cars on screen are going to be for flag, the first race of the night. I might fix that. Before, have you?
Virtually, yes, Sugi, of course. Yeah, I absolutely love Road Atlanta, one of my favorite tracks, but I have not visited in person. Not enough money for that plane ticket, unfortunately.
Gotcha. We're looking at the leaderboard right now. We have Matt going the early flyer down, and that's actually changing as I speak here. Jacob with a 56.3. William Visage scored first position in the red Porsche Cub car. Tony, a Porsche is pretty unique, especially the engine is in the rear of the car. Tell us, how is that going to affect their driving technique as they zoom around the course?
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of the times when people think about trying to drive fast, they do one of two things. Either they charge the corner with too much speed or they try to get on the gas very early. This is a car that will punish you for doing both of those things. So it's really learning quite a unique driving style of being a little bit more patient with the entry, protecting those front tires, and focusing on the exit because you do have all that weight behind you on those rear tires. So you want to really prioritize a good exit rather than charging in too hard.
Yeah, definitely. The Cup car is a very visceral experience to drive. No ABS, and which makes things very tricky. putting in the brakes on the chicane, you got to make sure you don't overdo things. We've seen quite a few lockups come into there during practice, so if you're looking to make passes on anyone, you got to make sure you're really precise with that brake application. Beauty of it, being rear engine, really easy to get on power out of the corner as long as you time everything right, but regardless, that braking technique is going to need to be on point coming through here. Really easy to overdo that, so.
Did throw down a quick lap. You have a ton of runoff room and almost an unlimited amount of errors, if you will, because you could go off and reset and do another lap. But in the race, like I said, there's not going to be any cautions. So if you wreck, if you spin around, that is going to be pretty vital to the overall running order in the points.
Couldn't agree more, Sugi. I think that was very well said. I think the points are going to be very important here, especially as we have this distributed between so many different races. I mean, of course, we're starting with a pretty fast car here with the Cup car, but later on in the MX-5 Cup car, all about momentum, making sure you don't slow down too much, and then the Indy car, which is literally the complete opposite of that. So it's going to be very tricky for these drivers out here. William looks pretty comfortable at the moment, but let's see if maybe Jacob or Aiden can take him off that throne.
And one final thing to touch on here, guys, before we go racing, we have a very unique, diverse group of drivers in the lineup tonight. We have everything from drive coaches, go-karters, and even drifters in the field. Amongst those three types of racers and background, guys, which one do you think is really going to kind of set the tone and really adapt to the sim better than the others?
It's going to be tricky. I mean, I think most real-life drivers, have some sort of sim experience. So taking that real-life experience and being able to make that into something virtual, I think will be done well. One thing I wanted to mention, William Rasmussen putting a 55.4, almost a second clear of Jacob there in second place. But what a midfield we have going here. 56.3 done by Jacob, all the way down to a 56.9 done by Matt. Expecting to see a lot of good racing in that mid-pack, hopefully for that podium spot there.
Absolutely. All right, following William now, you can see we got a little bit of action going on here. William leading ahead of another car, potentially working on his racecraft, you think, guys?
Absolutely, yeah. I think it's going to be important for him to get those markers in. And right now, if I was him, of course, this is qualifying. You want to set a good lap time in. But I think he's also experimenting. If you miss out a little bit on the line somewhere, how quickly can you get back to it? All those sorts of things are going to be pretty vital because, everyone's human and we're not Max Verstappen, so mistakes are probably going to happen. And when you're offline, you want to see how quickly you can actually get back to it here. So he's probably just experimenting a little bit with what parts of the track he can use, which curves. Things like that are going to be important for the race here.
All right, you guys, we have about 2 minutes left before qualifying ends. You can see it's really tough to pass on this course here. Remember, this is the short course. It's not the long course with all of the runoff and the big long straight that leads into a hard braking zone, great for dive bombing. This is very much a momentum course, right? You're going to have to stay with the pack, stay with the draft, and see if you could just find a way to make the guys ahead of you make a mistake. Otherwise, I don't really see any places to dive bomb, guys.
Yeah, it's going to be quite challenging. That chicane's going to be a major passing zone, so getting a good run through that sweeper where they cut it into the short part of the track is really going to be vital here. First sector going through the S's, you're really just looking to set yourself up for success there. So looking to see a lot of racing into that chicane, more likely than not. Other than that, yes, you're definitely making a good point. And just really looking to stay with the pack here. These cars do have a little bit of a draft element to them, not nearly as much as what we might see in the MX-5 Cup's next race, but regardless, you want to be taking anything you can get out there. So.
The Yeah, I definitely agree with Nate here. That chicane's going to be a pretty big one here. And after you come over the S's here, you're probably in, what, 4th, 5th gear. So it's interesting because you have such a long time you're spending on throttle. It's going to be really important to prioritize a good exit out of that corner to make sure that you can get that draft down that pretty small back straightaway. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult to get some moves done here. This course isn't necessarily known for being extremely wide. And since it's a short layout, we don't have that big back straights to get all that speed down.
Exactly. All right, everyone. So looking at the timing screen right now, we have William with a 55.4, Jacob with a 55.9, and Aiden with a 56 flat. That is 6/10 separating the top three. We're winding down the clock right now. It is down to the last 20 seconds. So it should be pretty exciting to see how it all comes together.
Absolutely. I mean, a lot can happen in 20 seconds here, so let's see what will unfold behind us here. But William here, again, like you said, with the 55.4. But it looks like Jacob, Aiden, and Lewis, very close lap times here. So it's really just about who can maybe eke out one corner being slightly more speed somewhere.
Exactly, Tony. And, you know, half a second can mean a lot in qualifying, but as we get into the race and everyone follows into sort of that flow of their natural race pace, we could see those times compress quite a bit more, could see some good racing.
All right, everyone. Well, enough qualifying. It is now time for the race. It's going to be a quick, probably a minute or so transition here. But this is exciting, guys. The first green flag of the night. How important is it to just start your night off on a smooth, consistent, solid result?
Well, yes, you know, racing at the end of the day is an extremely mental game. You can always build up our techniques, learn to put the fast laps down, but at the end of the day, we're going to really need to make sure that we're keeping ourselves mentally composed, and that means starting off with some good momentum. A turn one wreck can oftentimes affect the mental for, you know, the next 2-3 races that you're going to end up doing here. So really setting yourself up mentally for success, I think, is going to be a really big theme here.
Absolutely. And Tony, I mean, is there any room for strategy? It's only a 15-minute race. Do you have time to hang in the back, let the front runners kind of waste their tires and kind of run themselves dry, then go? Or do you have to just send it and take the lead and the chances when you got them?
I think you do have a little bit of time to play with here. Maybe the first few laps, just let everyone settle in because no one wants to be a turn one hero. Ultimately, I think it's going to be about, you know, setting in, like Nate said, into the pack. If you try to make a move too early, everyone's so close together, it's really going to be a big problem. But it looks like we're about to get started here, so let's find out how it goes.
All right, we are 6 lights, and we are underway. Everyone off to a solid start.
Coming up to turn one here. A little bit of side-by-side action. It's like Jacob takes the lead for the beginning.
Contact here, unbelievable.
Big contact. We got Jacob in the lead. William, Aiden, your top 3. Everyone nose to tail pretty densely here. Not a lot of chaos. Everyone did a good job making it through turn one nice and smooth.
And that just goes to show you how quickly things can change here at Road Atlanta, especially in a fast car like this. We saw William was pretty dominant in practice and the qualifying, but almost immediately it seems that Jacob has overtaken him. So let's see if William has an answer to this defense here that is going to be put up by Jacob.
Absolutely, and currently William is filling Jacob's mirrors with his front nose. They even made contact slightly entering the downhill. Coming to take the first lap underneath the bridge. It looks like we're going to have Jacob as our leader, followed by William, Aiden, Lewis, Dylan, Evan, Zachary, Matt, Justin, and Caden. As we had Dylan go wide on the exit, and we got a pass for the lead here. Williams now going to take the lead. Might be deep. Yep, and they might get the crossover here. Guys, this is pretty fantastic stuff for race number 1.
Yeah, definitely. Good little bit of side-by-side action the first couple laps. William quickly showing his pace here as he starts to pull away from Jacob. Now starting to probably think about Aiden coming up behind him. This is going to be a point in time where he's going to need to really try and settle into a groove here and reverse that rearward momentum that he's got going on.
Couldn't agree more. I think it was really important for William to get back in front there. Obviously, he does seem like the favorite for this race in particular, so the fact that he was able to dispatch of Jacob there so quickly is pretty important, but that doesn't mean that things are over here. They can get a little crazy because Jacob is still pretty close by here.
Yeah, and we got about 18 minutes to go here. This is going to be much more of attrition. That top 5, this top 6 even, really selling into a nice groove. No one really pulling away too aggressively here, so expecting people to fall into the draft. Just kind of wait for maybe that last 3 to 5 laps to really start making some action happen.
Absolutely. And like you guys said, 17 minutes here, pretty much 18 minutes, is a long time. That's a lot of time for someone to make a mistake, stay consistent, and making sure they're hitting their marks. But William now starting to pull out a lead. It's now officially a second between P1 and P2. And you can see they're really starting to pull themselves away from the pack here.
Absolutely, and the winner of this gets a demonstration lap at the Porsche Experience Center Los Angeles, which is pretty cool, but obviously that's a pretty big prize here, so let's hope that the pressure does not get to William thinking of winning that prize.
Absolutely. As far as middle of the pack racing goes, we have Zachary and Matt currently battling out for P7. This is the closest battle on the track right now, separated by about 0.2 of a second. Guys, how important is it to just, again, really make sure that you don't lose that front pack right now? Do you work together, or do you try and race against each other, even though that's going to cost you some time?
And that's a tricky statement, right? You know, a lot of times in real life racing, you can start to maybe encounter some bump drafting, but these GT3 Cup cars are quite sensitive to simulation setting, and so if it were me and I were Zachary, I'd be looking to really try and just increase my pace if I can. If not, it could be better to perhaps let him by and see if maybe Matt can tow you up to the front, perhaps.
I really liked Matt's line through there. He started off going nice and wide, but definitely killed his exit speed. As they enter the quick left-right, we could see that they're going to be pretty close on the exit heading into the start-finish line. Let's go back to the leader here. Williams starting to really run away with this now, over about 2 seconds ahead of Jacob. Aiden staying tough. He's hanging in P number 3 there, but William really starting to kind of be the lead guy here.
Absolutely, Suga. I couldn't agree more. I mean, it really seems like William is just showing his inner stop in here. He's taken the lead and then has not looked back since. But that lead was up to 2 seconds just a moment ago, and now it's down to 1 second flat. So it appears maybe William making a mistake, letting that pressure get to him, and that could be an open door here for Jacob and Aiden to start creeping back in. Personally, I'd start working together maybe with the gentleman behind me, because if I'm Jacob or Aiden, I'm thinking, well, William was pretty faster in the qualifying, so we're needing a bit of an X factor here.
Just as you say that, the gap just barely dipping below 1 second. Jacob could be finding his rhythm here. Yeah, Jacob really finding his rhythm here as we go through. Down to P8, Zachary is still only about 0.3 of a second back from Matt there. Really still applying the pressure. As much as he did get past, looks like he's willing to stay with here and perhaps play the long game here.
Absolutely. With 14 minutes left, you can see the top 3 are probably about within 2 seconds of each other here, but lap traffic is going to come into play here, guys. Just out of the corner of the camera angle, you can see Nico. He's just crossing the start-finish line right now. It's not going to be long before these leaders come across lap traffic, which always throws a little bit of a wild card into the situation here. But top 3 really staying nose to tail, pretty nice and tight. You can see in the background, Lewis and Dylan are hanging tough, but guys, we got a pretty solid fight on our hands here. The top 5 is nice and tight.
Yeah, 100%. I think the traffic will definitely be a factor here, especially since we're only a few minutes into the race. We're already catching some people here. It's going to be pretty interesting to see how this all plays out. If you're William, you have a decision to make. Do you want to play it safe? You can possibly lose some time here to Jacob and Aiden, or do you risk it all? Do you try to get in front of them to make sure that maybe that traffic helps you, but then also that bigger risk may lead to an incident?
Yeah, definitely. That's a delicate balance that you're going to have to strike here. Now he's re-increased that gap to about 1.8 seconds, almost 2 seconds now. So he has a bit of a buffer to work with, but he definitely doesn't want to spend too much time dilly-dallying behind that lap traffic. Want to make sure he can dispatch them somewhat quickly while minimizing the risk involved here.
You can see that gap. Yeah, it was down to 1 second about a lap and a half ago, but Williams' pace here 100% seeming like it's a force to be reckoned with. It's going to be pretty difficult for Jacob and Aiden here to do it without working together, but as Nate mentioned a little bit earlier, it's not quite like the real cars you can bump draft, and these cars are a little bit more sensitive in the simulator setting.
All right, well, our leader, William, just got around Nico, his first lap car. Let's see if Jacob and Aiden get hindered by Nico here, or if Nico's gonna kind of let him by on his left-hand side. But this is gonna be the part here, Tony, where things definitely start to get interesting, right? A lapped car, something that Jacob or William can't control, definitely always makes things a little bit tricky and interesting.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if they're already catching Nico, that absolutely means that the pace difference here is going to be pretty large. It looked like that was extremely easy, though. Nico playing it safe here, which is pretty reasonable. I think from the entertainment side, we wanted to maybe see something a little bit more chaotic, but I'm thinking William there is probably pretty happy about how that played out. Jacob and Aiden following him as well. They're thinking, okay, that's about what we wanted to happen there.
Absolutely, but you could see the cleanest one of the leaders to get through that was William. The lead now extending to 2.2 seconds. It is growing, and William's grasp on this win is getting bigger and bigger. Although there's more lap traffic ahead here. Hugh and Chris are not too far away. Let's take a look at Aiden and Jacob here. Battle for P number 2. This is now the closest battle on the track, on the entire track. Guys, this is pretty exciting here. And again, you don't have to win it. So just because in a hypothetical sense, William was to take P1 in this race, that doesn't mean he's going to win the overall. It comes down to consistency and being smooth.
Most definitely. And, you know, at the end of the day, every point matters, so you don't want to sit back and relax too much. But with about 11 minutes remaining in the race, if I were Aiden, I'm happy to maintain this small gap. Just kind of staying present in Jacob's mirrors, knowing that you're going to be a factor towards the end, playing that sort of mental game with him. I think that pressure will be on in about the next, probably about 3 to 4 laps or so.
Awesome. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at Evan now. He is currently in P number 2, and in front of him here, P number 5, Lewis, goes off into a little bit of the gravel. That's going to definitely affect the car's handling, at least for a lap or two, especially in the sim. And Evan is right there.
100%. Yeah, it looks like he might have gotten a good run out of that corner here. As we come up to the chicane, will he think about making a move here? Looks like Lewis goes slightly defensive. Nothing happening this lap, but expecting to see something soon here, maybe.
And I tell you what, guys, especially compared to last year, this group is much more clean, much smarter. Last year, there was all sorts of chaos and things like that. But this is a much smarter, much cleaner group. So shout out to all the racers that are competing right now, looking really sharp. But let's go back up front to our leaders here, looking at Aiden, now slightly losing touch of Jacob. Jacob definitely looks like he's getting into his rhythm. It's so hard, that part of this section, that downhill S's. If you hit everything right, you can carry full throttle in this car, but you got to hit everything right. Otherwise, you can see what happened to Lewis and Evan. If you go off just by a millimeter or two, your tires are going into that grass.
Yeah, definitely there, Jonathan. And, you know, with those S's, those curbs are quite aggressive. You have to make sure that you're approaching them in the right manner. Eating one a little too aggressively could mean that getting some air, getting into the grass, possibly getting quite out of shape. So
Definitely.
All right, looking at the chat right now, a lot of Zach fans in the chat of the stream. Let's get the camera on Zach a little bit. He is currently in P number 7, about 3.5 seconds away from Evan, so he's got some work to do, but a lot of fans of Zach currently in the chat. But back up front to our closest battle, Aiden right now. Looks like Dylan actually may have just made a mistake. It's now a 10.9 seconds back to 4th. But you guys can see through this line right here, Dylan and Lewis, as quick as they are, they just don't seem like they're flowing through that section of the track as well as our top 3.
100%. You can definitely tell that the likes of William, Jacob, and Aiden, they maybe have a little bit more seat time on this course. They're making a little bit more smooth movement to that steering wheel, where it looks like Lewis and Dylan here is going to be a little bit more abrasive. They're just kind of reacting to their driving instead of pre-planning where they want the car to be or ending up in the right locations because of their speed.
And yeah, it's quite a challenging corner, right? You know, most people, including myself, have primarily experienced the full layout course of Road Atlanta, and to bring in that short sweeper, The way you want to approach it, it's a very long corner. You're in a platform that doesn't have a lot of natural weight on the nose of it. So that means a lot of finesse with the pedals, a lot of patience with the throttle, kind of presetting the car up to get a fast run through there. And that's a very tricky thing to do if you're used to, making that left-hand turn right out of the sector here. You can see it's all coned off now, so they're going to have to break a lot of that muscle memory to make this sector happen at speed. So.
Definitely. I think another factor at play here is that because we're using a set of Corsa here, the tire model is slightly different than some other simulators here. And I think one of the big things about that is that if you use too much curb, especially while you're loading the car, unlike in real life, it will actually overload that tire extremely quickly. So you have to be quite careful around here to make sure you're not using too much input while you're over those curbs.
And we are officially halfway into the race now, about 7.5 minutes left. Currently the leader is William. And a quick rundown of the field. William is currently leading by 4.7 seconds over Jacob. Aiden closely following Jacob in P3. Then a huge gap to P number 4. Dylan all the way in 4th, but he's over 11 seconds from a podium position. So he's going to have to hope that the leaders really start to fight before we see anything happen here. Top 5 is rounded out by Lewis. And that is your top 5 currently here. Looks like we also have Chris here. As far as the next car that potentially could get lapped here, so that will play a factor into the leaders. But back on William here, Tony, it looks like he has clear sailing here. He is almost a full straightaway ahead of P2.
Yeah, absolutely. At this point, if you're Jacob or Aiden and you see this guy driving away from you, you're thinking, man, what can I do differently? And that's really where mistakes start to creep in. If you start to overdrive the car, I mean, William clearly making it look pretty easy here. You can see it's not really set a foot wrong, even when he got overtaken. Dispatched the car very quickly, got back out in front. Made a tiny error to get that gap from 2 seconds down to 1, but ever since then, he's honestly been looking really solid behind the wheel.
Absolutely.
Yeah, if I'm William here, I'm definitely putting it in track day mode. Just trying to put in consistent, clean laps, not taking any risks at this point. The gap is quite safe now. Jacob would have to lay down some qualifiers. We got probably about 6 laps of racing left before they throw this checkered. 5.67 gap and increasing. If it were me, long run game, let's take it easy. Let's see if we can just finish out this thing in first.
Yeah, I agree with Nate on that one here. Obviously you want to win the first race and carry that momentum through the rest of it, but at this point, if you're Jacob or Aiden, I think it's about making sure that you finish the race, carry on those points to the next portion here. But it looks like we might have another on-track battle here with JF closely following Caden, so let's see how this unfolds.
Absolutely, you guys. All right, down to the final 5 minutes of the race before this concludes, and the next set of racers are now on deck. All right, you guys, looks like William is now going to be lapping Nico once again, if I'm not mistaken. So now that is a lap car and a straightaway ahead of Jacob. Jacob now really falling behind here. It looks like he's down to P2, but over 6 seconds over P3, which is going to be Aiden. And Aiden's right there. Any little slip up could really make or break Aiden's chance at covering P2, but the gap is definitely starting to form. Looks like we're pretty consistent here with William, Jacob, and Aiden being the first front runners in this race here, guys.
100%, and I think William's probably in the best position here. Obviously, he's in first place, but getting pole position, he also gets an extra point here, which is going to matter in the long run. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of chaos, and especially later on when we're thinking about something like the Indy 500 layout with those Indy cars. You can be as fast as you want, but if someone goes in front of you, you don't exactly have a lot of room to avoid them. So that's really where every point is going to matter, especially in these first beginning races.
Absolutely. And remember, guys, each group is going to be actually shuffled. So it's not necessarily going to be a case where William, Jacob, and Aiden race against each other again. There may be other external factors that play an effect to the overall win here. So keep that in mind. Consistency, again, is the name of the game, as Jacob is now catching up to a lapped car. This might hinder his momentum here. If Aiden is smart, he could really use this back straightaway to his advantage.
Yeah, definitely looks like he might be able to take hold of some of the draft Can he get this move done before the chicane? He may not be able to here, and this could hurt him a little bit.
Nico off the track here. I think that's a gift here given to him, absolutely, because that would have cost him here if he had to stay behind him for the next couple of corners.
And even Jacob gets a little bit caught up in lap traffic, so for those racers who are going to be tuning in for the next race, lap traffic is definitely going to play a factor as we take a look at Aiden, who's now killed his momentum once again with the lap car, but the lap car luckily gets out of the way of Aiden, and he's cleared to keep on going. But guys, the last lap time for Aiden, a 56.1 compared to a William at a 55.6. William is just laying down the gauntlet. He is currently in clean air right now. I don't think he's going to be getting another lapped car, although we will have one car spun underneath the bridge. I don't know if that's going to affect Williams' run, but it looks like he's clear and reset. We're back under racing.
Definitely, I think that's a pretty scary moment if you were there in real life, because that crest is blind, so if I was sideways right there, I'd definitely be trying to get out of there as soon as possible. But it looks like Lewis had it under control, got out of the way, and thankfully did not get in the way of William here, because otherwise he'd probably get pretty frustrated if he was taken out like that.
Absolutely. All right, final 2 minutes here. We should be seeing the white flag pretty shortly here. Again, the rundown: William, Jacob, Aiden, followed by Dylan and Lewis, rounding out your top 5. Your top 10 is going to be Evan, Matt, Zachary, Justin, and Caden. And rounding out the field is JF, Chris, Nico, and Hugh.
And yeah, I just want to say props to all the drivers here. I think we've only seen one spin across the whole race. Really great, consistent, clean driving from the entire field here. It looks like everyone was going to bring home some pretty consistent points here.
Absolutely. And Jacob now is going to get boxed out by a lapped car. This might actually affect P2. That lap car isn't getting out of the way of Jacob here. He is definitely getting held up. And Aiden is closing. The gap is now less than a second, you guys. This is not over by any means for P2, where all the points are so important.
Yeah, not at all. And still struggling to get by. It looks like lap car has moved over for him, but he rejoins the line. There's going to be an opportunity for him to kind of refix that gap here. Can Aiden get by him in a more efficient manner? Let's see as we come up over the crest. The chicane doesn't look like he's going to be able to make it happen here.
Unbelievable.
And Justin spins. He's the lapped car, but he spins. Luckily, not affecting any of our leaders, but it's definitely a lot closer than it once was. Once again, it is now down to about a second between Jacob and Aiden. Tony, I mean, this is where you got to be on your tiptoes, right? This is the last lap of the race, and every single point is really going to matter here.
100% with 30 seconds left on the clock here. You're really just trying to make it to the finish line, even if that means maybe giving up a little bit of extra pace just to keep it safe. It doesn't sound quite like the racer mentality, but you also have to remember that racing is not all about speed, but being smart behind the wheel as well.
Absolutely. All right, with the final 10 seconds here, let's zoom the camera back on William, who is just running away with it. I mean, guys, we got to give props to him, right? He didn't necessarily lead flag to flag. Yes, he got pole. He was fastest in practice, and he pretty much has this race under control. But for a split second, he was P2, but he remained calm, definitely focused on his racecraft, and he's going to earn himself a very, very well-deserved win. He is on the last lap right now, so he's just 2 corners away from locking up the max points in race number 1.
Yeah, I mean, talk about consistency here, Sugi, as he's gone throughout this race, started in P2, made it to P1, and honestly maintained only about a 1 to 2 second gap for a while. Jacob was holding on to him, but as that war of attrition went on, it seems as William had the endurance to just maintain that pace that much longer, as he's now grown that gap up to almost 10 seconds by the checkered here.
Absolutely. A round of applause for William as he crosses the line. Jacob's going to lock in P2 and Aiden P3. Those are going to be your front runners, and they have thrown the gauntlet down. We know the pace. We know the lap times. Now it's going to be up to the next round of drivers to see if they can match that pace, especially this being the first race. Dylan's going to cross the line in a solid P4, followed by Lewis. We're looking at Evan, Matt, and Zachary rounding out the lead lap cars. All right, everyone, we are going to take a quick break as everyone ends up wrecking on the last lap here. We'll come back for race number 2 in group number 2 in just a few moments. We'll be right back.
In this qualifying session, so it looks like most people have ticked over to join us. a few drivers of Andrew,
Oh,
Robert,
it's
Vince,
okay.
Brittany,
It's okay.
Lee,
It's
Cosmo, and Paulina not quite setting laps yet, but it looks like most
okay, cool,
drivers,
cool. You're
if
still
not all of them, are on circuit right now,
okay.
at least trying to get to grips with the Thunderhill Raceway Park for now.
And now, of course, anyone wondering, so what was that Okayama session, you might be asking? Whoa, Christian there, like maximizing the slip angle there briefly. And that's a great question, because what that was a bit of a pre-qualifying. So here at Assetto Corsa, the original Assetto Corsa, we can only have, how many is it in the server? 26, Sauger?
Oh, okay, cool.
24 drivers in most active
perfect.
servers.
So they can
Okay,
hear
so
us.
24. so
Okay,
with
cool.
that, of
So
course,
now
we
we
have
gotta
over
hype it up.
24
I think we got our
drivers
first one in the
participating
books.
down at
I was-
World of
I was
Racing.
looking- I
So
was
we have
happy
two
with that
qualifyings. Now, we only watched one of the groups of qualifyings,
I think
but
that we
basically
gotta
what they've
be
done
more-
is they've taken the top half from one qualifying and the top half from another qualifying, and they've mashed them all together. So we have two splits of racing tonight. We are going to be watching the top split. That's going to be the likes here, of course, currently piloted by, well, Andrew Janis, our pole sitter. Immediately, he smashes the barn doors wide open with a 2:01.8, an entire second quicker than the next fastest lap.
Andrew sure has gotten to grips with these MX-5s and the Thunderhill Raceway circuit very cleanly as he comes around through the snake and in towards Cosmo. It looks like he's getting ready to get it done and dusted. And the number 21st place car, that'll be the driver below Robert, gets to the line next. And who will that be getting to the line next? That'll be David, it looks like. It'll be going to be the next driver to get to the line. And he looks like he's improving with a purple sector time through sector 2, but losing a little bit of time through sector 3. And that'll be 2:02.805. So it looks like Andrew is going to have a few contenders out for blood tonight.
He certainly will. The young gun, the 11-year-old karting driver. Now, driving a go-kart will give you such an advantage in these MX-5s because they don't have much power, very similar to a go-kart. You're only rocking about 9 horsepower. Now, of course, you have a lot less weight in a go-kart, but these are quite the flighty cars as well. When it comes down to it, they pretty much weigh the same as a stone, about, well, a pretty heavy stone to be completely honest, about 2,000 pounds. They're coming in right around a ton, or about 892 kilograms, whatever the heck those are. Okay, enough making fun of our European counterparts. It's an American stream. I don't get to do that too often, so I'm just, taking advantage of it. But a big warm welcome as well to everyone joining us here tonight. We actually had a follow with Hoshuri Racing joining us, as well as OMG It's Stagger. Somebody is trying to impersonate you, Sauger.
Oh my goodness, I have a fan?
Maybe.
Finally.
I think it's just a coincidence, to be honest. Same spelling, though. Well, minus the T.
Really? Minus the T. So it's just Stagger, not Sauger? Oh,
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah,
An imposter.
An imposter, yes.
Max,
Impostable.
though, improving through sector 2. Looks like he's gone purple through that sector, but might have invalidated that lap. A little bit of abuse of track limits through what looks like the mid part of the corner, but where does he end up falling? Still into 4th place, a 2:02.842 as he approaches the first corner. And there is an MX-5 spun around facing the wrong way that may have impeded his lap time, and there goes Brittany backing it up onto the grass and hopefully getting that thing restarted. And
Nice safe rejoin there for Brittany, has Paulina currently ahead of her. And side-by-side action already. You love to see the exuberance and a bit of a hip check in quali. Not quite going to be helping the lap times, that's for certain, but these MX-5s, they can take a bit of a battering, a bit of bruising, and a couple punches to the face here and there. These cars, they like violence, don't they, Sauger?
absolutely, and it's one of the great things about the MX-5 Cup cars is that you can go wheel to wheel, you can hip check each other and not get sent into the shadow realm. The AC physics doing very well to make these things as realistic as possible. We've got a little bit of a race going on right now with Christian, and there goes a shadow realm to just prove me wrong. A little bit of a hip check there, side-by-side door banging gone wrong between Christian and Donovan, it looks like, and Donovan warping back to the pits. But we still got 7 minutes left in this qualifying session. Plenty of time for the drivers to come to grips with the tricky Thunderhill Raceway circuit.
Look at the blinding sun there coming down onto the track here. And we're going to go on board right now with David. He has found himself, in my opinion, the best spot on track. He has some clean air ahead of him. You can see no one to impede his lap like we've seen in the previous attempts. Here we go, though, down towards the turns 10 and 11, hooking back around now into 13 and 14. Normally, there'd be a little bit of a chicane here. There is a little bit of a chicane there. You can see it's a flat out easy through there. Fastest sector 2. Now, 8/10 up on his previous lap. Currently, he needs an entire second of improvement, so he needs to nail turns 14 and 15, the final 2 corners of this circuit. Getting onto the loud pedal, or the mildly loud pedal in these MX-5s, and flat out a long ways. It's going to be counting your lap time the whole time, and heading across it will be a 2:02.9. Not fast enough.
Not fast enough that time around, but doesn't mean that he can't find the pace to improve with 5.5 minutes left to go. Daniel, though, finding some improvement with a 2:02.9 for themselves. Bradley with a 2:02.137. David, 2:02.35. Max with also into the 2:02s. It looks like the top basically 6 are just 1.5 seconds apart from each other right now. Barring Andrew. Andrew's just an alien.
Tim, though, here going to come into the conversation potentially, and he does, but only just misses out a fastest sector 1, a fastest sector 2, and it still wasn't enough to gain the position. 3/10 separating Andrew Janis and Tim.
Amazing lap time out of Tim. He was not on my bingo card for this event to be into the top 5, but he is now. Tim putting on a showstopper for us here tonight at Thunderhill Raceway. Amazing driving out of him, and amazing driving from most of the participants here at World of Racing, and he's just sending it around these corners. I think he's still trying to find some lap time.
Yeah, not quite finding much, though, through Sector 1, 666. I mean, some say they know what that number means, and certainly looking like it on this lap. Andrew, though, with another improvement. He has improved by over a second again. Tim, he was chopping down the tree of Andrew Janis, but unfortunately, Andrew, he stands tall like a 1,000-year-old oak through the circuit, not gonna be disrupted whatsoever. Max here does set another quite stormer of a lap, and just about, what is that, 10-ish thousandths away. Heck, commentator notepad, or what is it, what do they call the napkin math, not quite going to be up to par tonight. But Daniel also improves there. You can see just gaining a couple thousandths, but not enough to improve either. We have a knife fight in a phone booth for the top 5.
It is absolutely insane how close this championship is going to be. The top 5 are just nip and tuck on each other. The one thing I'm curious about the most, though, Andrew may have the pace lap after lap, but does he have the consistency to keep that going? You saw him kind of drifting the car through Sector 1 and Sector 2 once we got to the Cyclone S's. He was really doing a good job of balancing the car on the coefficient of friction. But Assetto Corsa manages the tires like an on and off switch. When you get into that on and off switch moment, sometimes that off switch stays off for a little too long, and you could drift off wide onto the circuit. I know we have a ton of runoff here, but it wouldn't behoove his chances to make a mistake, really.
All that runoff, though, is all grass. It's natural in a true racer circuit, in my opinion. I am somebody that loves to see the gravel traps, loves the grass. The natural punishment for these drivers is, of course, you have a lot of circuits like Paul Ricard. They have a lot of runoff.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back to the second annual Boost Foundation Sim Classic presented by World of Racing. Alongside me is Rocco Ruzic, Nate Del Carmen. I'm Jonathan Sugianto. We bring you live virtual flag-to-flag coverage of practice right now. These are the next group of racers, the next 17 racers in the events tonight, getting set to learn the car, learn the track, and throw down a flyer. But Rocco, looking at the leaderboard here, we talked a lot about the first group of racers as being the favorites, with Jacob Reese being last year's champion, and Nate's pick, William, going flag to flag pretty much and winning the race. But this is what I like to call the underdogs. You actually know a couple of the racers in the field for this group. Specifically, we are looking at Aaron Sly right now. Want to give us a little rundown of what his background is?
So Aaron is a drifter to start. Been doing that since a young age. Very experienced in that regard, and then eventually getting hired on to the Porsche drive team. So definitely an experienced driver in multiple disciplines, both sideways and going straight down the road. So I would look out for him today. He might have quite a bit of pace. I think this layout is one that he hasn't driven yet, the quick cutoff, but it's a very small change to the track, so I think he'll do very well.
Absolutely, and we've been turning in a lot of practice after our shifts at the Porsche Experience Center, so he's been turning in a lot of time in the sims over there, training really hard, and I think he's really excited. Nate, another one of our friends in this group is Matt Justman. He's ironically in the 911 car for this event here, but Matt told me that he was really excited about the race tonight, but he doesn't sim a lot, and he's never driven at Road Atlanta Short. Guys, this is going to be pretty tricky, but he's got an uphill battle ahead of him. Do you think he's got the talent to overcome it?
Yeah, no, it's going to be a challenge. You know, a great real-life driver here, but definitely still acclimating to the sim. He's done his due diligence and putting in as much practice as he can over the week. But yeah, a new circuit to him, a new car as well. Oftentimes in our practice, we'll drive the 991 generation Cup car, so definitely some small changes coming in for the 992. But so far, it looks like he's putting some laps together here. Last lap in was going to be just about a 58.6. So not too far off the pace off the bat. We got about 2 minutes of practice left. A good chunk of time in quality to also maybe find a little bit more time there as well. So looking to see if he can move up the field from here.
Absolutely, and with 2 minutes and 40 seconds left, we currently have Christopher leading the pack right here at a 56.3, with Michael at a 56.5, followed by Alex at a 56.55. So a very close group at the front. But guys, we have not seen anyone crack the threshold into the 55s like that other group did. If you win in this group, remember, you get the same amount of points as the other group. So again, consistency is super key.
Definitely, and speaking of consistency, from first to sixth place, only about a half a second difference in lap time here, so expecting to see a pretty close qualifying and definitely a pretty close race as well. You know, with that 55 lap time, that was reserved for just the top two of the last race. That I think made their way down there, so obviously the overall pace not quite as strong, but for a group like this, I think we're going to see quite a good stack of racing here, so excited to see it.
Yeah, and I think these lap times will just keep going down and down as it goes further on. I mean, they have an extra 2 minutes of this practice, and then they'll get into qualifying. So I would expect them, you know, they're right on the cusp of the 55s, especially Michael and Christopher, very close, separated by just a tenth of a second. And then you have a few, actually the top six are all in the 56s. So a lot of improvement to be made to get into those 55s, and I think they'll just keep improving here.
Definitely, we'll definitely think start to see those small improvements come during qualifying itself. This is a track where you find lap time in very odd manners. Sometimes you find a little bit of extra speed at the apex. Sometimes you find that there was a curb that you were avoiding that you can now use a little bit more confidently. And as these drivers turn more and more laps, I think they'll start to find some of those little details, and perhaps those top two might crack the 55s again here. And as we say that, 56.0 from Christopher there, so kind of willing my words into existence here. We only got about 50 seconds left in practice, but I'm expecting to see that high 55 when it comes time for qualifying.
Absolutely, and as there's about 40 seconds left in practice, a couple of other factors that are going to be a little bit different in this race as opposed to the other race is that there's actually going to be 4 extra racers in this field. We had 13 in the first race, a total of 17 in this race. So that's going to be pretty different. But Nate, on the subject of gamesmanship and strategy, how big of a advantage does this group of racer have versus the first group, considering the fact that they were able to watch and witness what that first group of racers did?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you're always going to have an advantage kind of watching the show go down before you play it yourself. You get to see some of the passing opportunities, some of the different strategies that played out through the last race, see what worked and what didn't work, and perhaps you can apply that to your own racing here. So hopefully the guys did their due diligence and sort of just watching the group ahead of them, and they can apply some of that knowledge for now. I know from some of my experience doing esports myself, I had to be in the first split of drivers, and that was a challenging thing to do. Really no expectations going into it. This was a group of drivers I'd never raced against before, so going in blind, not really understanding, maybe how these guys around you are going to race can be a very tricky thing to navigate at first, especially when we have 3 races where we need to really focus on keeping our noses clean here. So,
alrighty, as practice wraps up, looking at the top 5, we have Christopher in P1, Michael in P2, followed by Alex, Daniel, Josh, Julian, David, our good buddy Aaron Sly, Donald, and Matt Justman cracks the top 10 at a 58.6. There's no favoritism, of course, but we are rooting for our fellow Porsche Drive coaches, Aaron and Matthew, of course. But this is going to be pretty exciting, guys. So now that the practice is complete, you know the track, you know the course, you know the car, now it's time to put it all together in qualifying. And guys, the big question is, how big of a statement is it going to be if one of these guys can't crack that 55 threshold, and those guys, Aiden, Jacob, and of course William, really will have a huge advantage heading into the next couple of rounds?
yeah, definitely. I mean, it's just one circuit. Every track we drive, most sport with the MX-5 Cup car is going to be a completely different style of driving, right? So as we get into that race, who knows? Maybe there might be a shuffle up in terms of, just strengths and weaknesses of each driver. But I think if these guys can get into the 55s, we'll be set up nicely to compete against the likes of Jacob and William.
Yeah, it's really just going to be a game of who can adapt as we go through these races. Of course, that front group was maybe a little bit faster, but we'll see in qualifying if there's any more room for improvement. You have your drivers filing out on the track right now, getting through the S's here, getting those tires warmed up, and it's really going to be a game here of who can keep the correct temperature in those tires, not overworking them or anything like that, overdriving.
Absolutely, and Casey Cook is making the announcement live in person, but for those watching us on Twitch and YouTube, a slight tweak in the rules moving forward for Most Sport and the Indy 500. There is no longer going to be both a practice and a qualifying. So after this race, after this track and car combo, it is just going to be one session as both a practice and a qualifying combined, then into a race. So guys, that's where the learning curve and how you adapt really come into play.
Yeah, I think this is really going to separate the boys from the men, Jonathan, as you get into a scenario now where you're going to have about half of the amount of time to acclimate yourself to your car and track. That's really going to show who really has that adaptability, and that's what really creates a good driver, the ability to adapt to a new platform, a new set of corners, bumps as you go through. As we see a little bit of chaos there on the outside of turn 1, not quite sure what's going on there, but I think that's going to really shake things up a little bit here. Obviously, these first 2 races, a lot of time, a bit of a sketchy rejoin there. A lot of time to get some practice in. Changing that up, I think, is going to spice things up for us here in the commentary box.
Absolutely, and remember guys, this is a bigger field than it was in the first race, so because of that, there's going to be a lot more chaos as we already see a couple of spins and crashes happening just before the downhill at the start-finish line here, but those extra 4 positions that wrap up the field, that is going to be a big sort of monkey wrench as far as just the gamesmanship.
Another thing we're seeing, as you just mentioned, a lot of cars going off. I think in that whole lap, in every sector, we saw a group of cars go off at least once. So I think this race might be a little more exciting, maybe a little more hectic with these drivers. I'd almost encourage a little bit of harder racing. Hopefully it's tight enough to where we can get some overtakes in. As you can see, the top 3 are pretty close, especially the top 2 are basically inseparable here. So as we get further in, we'll see if anybody can improve.
Absolutely, and like I said, 17 racers in this one. You could already see the huge advantage you have at getting clean air with all the chaos, all the cars that are spinning, the speed differences. A huge tactic here that I'm surprised that more people aren't doing is finding clean air to just set that fast lap in. You don't need to be working on your racecraft right now. Right now, it's all about making sure you start at the front, because based off of what we're seeing here, guys, there might be a first lap accident.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I think these guys are really amped in qualifying. Everyone's trying to lay down some sort of heater, and they're pushing really hard. And you can see it. A lot of cars going wide off of turn one, just trying to find that extra bit of minute speed at the apex. Not quite working out for them. And as we go through, yeah, a lot of cars close together. I'm surprised we're not trying to find more clean air. We do have a couple more cars in the field, which is always going to make things more challenging when it comes to accomplishing that. But regardless, very tricky thing to do as we see some of the drivers fan out. Hopefully these guys can put some clean ones together here.
As well as putting clean ones together. A few drivers struggling to do that right now. 3 drivers unable to put a valid lap down. So maybe we saw in that first race a lot of lappers kind of holding up. Well, not holding up, but they were pretty good at getting out the way of the leaders. But maybe a bit more chaos with traffic in this next race.
Absolutely, and then looking at the splits here, guys, looks like a 56.1 by Josh is currently the provisional pole. Again, we haven't seen anyone in this group in particular pass that threshold into the 55s. William was running that in race pace, not just in qualifying, so this is going to be where you really need to find that extra 10th or 2 to kind of separate yourself from the pack, because looking at the list right now, Josh is P1 out of 56.1, but the top 6 are in the 56s, and with how crazy and chaotic this race could be, it's going to be a huge advantage to find that extra pace.
And yeah, as we talked about earlier about finding clean air, you saw Josh going very slowly through the chicane there, really making sure he sets himself up for success on that front. I think that's paid him dividends. You know, Christopher in the practice session locking in that 56.0, currently at a 56.5, and this really shows that, you know, it's just one thing to do the lap, it's another thing to do it when it counts, right? We got about 5 minutes left in the session, so still plenty of opportunity for him to make that happen here. But as he actually just clocks a 56.19, putting himself in the 56.1s, 56.0 from Michael, so these laps are starting to be churned out here. I think it's just a matter of time now as we kind of switching the momentum here as we potentially get to the 55s.
Absolutely, and this lap right here by Josh, I wouldn't be surprised here, guys, if this is going to be a heater. He purposely, the lap before, if you guys noticed, like he said, Nate, kind of slowed his pace down just so he gets some clean air. Looks like the car's rotating really nicely. He's using all of the curb, almost in the grass, actually. But this is looking like it's going to be a really strong lap here. I would not be surprised if we see a clean run.
Yeah, really great run out of the chicane there as he comes across the line. It doesn't look like it's going to be an improvement for now. Looks like he's going to continue on for another lap here. See what he can make happen. Looks like he's still got clean air ahead.
And again, the gaps between this group as opposed and kind of comparing and contrasting to the first group, this group is a lot tighter. You can see right now the gap between first and second is less than a 1/10 of a second. It's actually 8/100ths of a second. So this is going to be a pretty interesting race. We are under 4 minutes before qualifying wraps up. Guys, any last minute Hail Mary adjustments? Do you come into the pits and get fresh tires? Is that going to kill your time? You'll only have 1 lap. Do you have to find your pace? What any sort of last minute adjustments can you make besides, of course, the setup?
Well, you know, at this point, I'm not sure. I believe there is tire wear happening here, but 55.8 from Alexandro. Oh. It's about time we start to see that. But yeah, you know, getting fresh tires at this point, you know, by the time you get a warm-up lap under your belt, you really only have 1 shot to make that happen. So you have to be confident in your ability to do it on the day if you are going to deploy that strategy. But if it's me, I'm just going to try and make sure that I'm consistent and have good race pace. We're looking at really only just about 8/10 between the top 6. Aaron Sly making his way into the top 6, now in about the mid-56s. So starting to find some pace here. Only about 3 laps to go. Hopefully you can continue to take those learnings onto the race here. But yeah, finally a 55.8 from Alexandro, 56.0s from Michael and Josh, with Christopher finding about almost another 10th here with a 56.10. Expecting to see some chaos here.
And also in that last, as you see now, Alexandro coming up on another car on this fast lap. We'll see if it holds him up. Big curb usage from that car up in front of him. He tries to get down to the inside. Might mess up this lap here. Looks like he's clear, but he's not all the way to the left to maximize that turn 1. But in the first race, you saw the leaders using a lot of curb down these S's. Let's see if Alexandro can use a lot of curb. Almost 2 tires in the grass coming through this sector. So we'll see 1 car spun out in the infield. He's using this right-hander here. if he's going to get a little wide. He doesn't use as much curbing as leaders in the last race.
This car is going to kill his lap right here. Sorry to interrupt, Rocco, but looking at the blue car, I mean, that is so important. That downhill S's is definitely going to be the most important section of the track because it leads in this configuration into the longest straightaway. So as we all know, the corner before long straightaway is the most important corner as far as just looking for pace. And it sucks that that lapped car was in the way because it was looking like a really strong lap. But let's see what Alexander is going to have here as he crosses the line. Kind of came out of nowhere. He was sitting in P3 for a little bit here, but looks like he'll cross the line. And he doesn't improve, but looked like he definitely had a lot of pace for sure. We are now under 2 minutes before qualifying wraps up.
Yeah, as we get to the end, looks like lap car head got out of his way, so it looks like he might have still had a good, decent run through turn one. Talking about that curbs usage as we come here into the S is a little bit less here as we comes through the chicane, but on the simulator, like I said, of course, these curbs can actually pay you dividends in helping rotate the car through that sector. A lot of momentum to be carried there, and if you can mount that curb just right, it can very much pay you dividends, and I think we saw the likes of Jacob and Rasmussen doing that quite well in that first stint there.
As well as using the curbs to rotate the car, drawing a straighter line through that chicane, turning less just allows you to carry more speed and slow down the car less. So I feel like, as well as maximizing your exit on the back straightaway, being able to travel the least amount of distance through the chicane will be very important here.
Absolutely, you guys. And with now under a minute left in qualifying, this is where everyone really has to put the money lap together here. As we see a couple of cars spinning and crashing and hitting the wall in turn number one, we are looking at our buddy Aaron Sly right now, who again drives Porsches for a living. Nate, how much of a big advantage does that have? I know it's the sim. I know it's not a real race. I know he hasn't been to Atlanta himself, but driving a Porsche in real life has to have some advantage.
No, definitely, Jonathan. You know, at the end of the day, you know, what makes Porsches unique is their weight balance, right? That engine mounted in the rear, not a lot of natural weight bias towards the front of the car, which means your pedal cadence has to change. And whether that's in a real car, whether it's virtual, those are adjustments that have to be made. And it can be a rather counterintuitive thing to do at first if you don't have much experience in it. So I definitely think that's helped him make his way now into the mid-56s with zero practice here, or at least much less than many of the other drivers here have. He's already within half a second. P2 within a second of P1 here, which Alexander 55.6. I'm now forgetting what that full lap was from Rasmussen, but quite fast on that front. Really a steamer of a lap.
All right, and as qualifying concludes, out of nowhere, Alex is going to take the pole here by a hefty margin. I wonder if he had any drafting help, but it's over about a half a second. And then we got a really tight battle between P2 to P4, where every single one of those racers ran a 56 flat. The difference is literally by the hundredths. Guys, I'm pretty excited about this race. I think it's going to be very, very close.
Yeah, the top 8 very close, all within about a second and a half of each other, so hopefully this race might be a little tighter than the last one as they get ready for the green flag.
All right, here we go, everyone. This is going to be pretty exciting. Alexander is going to lead the field to the green. Here we go. Our 6 lights are turning on. And we are underway. A great jump by our buddy Aaron Sly, as we have already a wreck in the back. I think Jet is in the wall. Aaron is 2 wheels into the grass, but he's going to send it. It is now 3 wide. Oh, they make contact. Huge wreck. Oh, man, there's cars everywhere. We have 6 cars collected. Daniel, David, Christopher, Michael, Jet. I mean, everyone just got collected in that. Aaron, however, is the benefactor, even though he sent it. He is in P, and I don't know if they're restarting it, but all the cars are slowing. That may have been a little bit too sendy by our buddy, but he was going for it, though. He had a killer start, guys, and when you're that close with each other as far as times go, you got to take every advantage you can.
Yeah, on that start, getting down the inside was a move opportunity there. I think they were all alongside 3 wide coming into turn 1, so it was pretty hard to make that turn. I think we're about to get a restart here.
All right, let's do take number 2 here. we have some officiating and some scorings that may affect the overall, but we are underway officially now for the next round, and we already have some contact between Alex and Josh. As they enter turn number 1, Christopher is off. Looks like that's going to be a pretty big stack up. Our buddy Aaron and Matthew are collected in that big mess. And let's see if they make it all through. As Matthew makes contact. Oh, a huge accident. Oh, Donald's around. Aaron is involved. We got a bunch of cars hitting the wall. We can't even keep up with it. I don't know. It's a giant mess, but I think only the top 5 are really clear of the chaos here. As we take a look, Alex makes the clear movement. We can't really see the gaps on our screen right now, but it looks like the top 5 are clear as we see a move made by Michael around Josh here, although Josh is fighting back pretty aggressively. They're going to go side by side down the hill, as we predicted, gentlemen. Already a lot of chaos in turn number 1.
Yeah, very much so, and even with the opportunity to do it all over again, as more chaos coming off the front straight, mounted a little too much curb on the exit there. Not sure who that was, but not what we
That was Michael. That was Michael, guys. He was fighting for pole, and you can see every single position is going to matter in the overall. Casey does not throw caution, so if you wreck, if you spin, if you stall, that is a huge asset to your overall. He is all the way back to 16th. Guys, this is going to be a pretty big uphill battle for him to climb up here.
Yeah, unfortunately, Matthew used a lot of, or no, Michael, my mistake, used a lot of curbing coming through the final turn. Kind of just got wide into Josh there and lost control of the car. So Alexandra pulling away a hefty lead off on the start here. Hopefully he's able to conserve those tires a little bit. There goes Josh coming into the chicane. A bit of spacing between your top 5 here. We'll see if we can close any of those gaps.
Absolutely. Looks like the top 5 are now kind of settling into their rhythm. The gaps are fairly conservative, and everyone's kind of hitting their marks here. Let's take a look at a battle further back. Our buddies here, Matt Justman and Aaron Sly, again, a couple of Porsche Drive coaches, small plug there, are currently battling it out as we take a look at Sly making an inside move on the inside of Matt into turn 1. I think they're going to play pretty nice here. They're still going to go side by side. Remember, every point does count. It doesn't mean that just because they're racing together in this race that they're going to be teammates in the next race, but a clean move by Aaron to go around Matt. And guys, at this point, they're going to have to really hope that the top 5 start battling it out because there is a huge gap all the way to Christopher, who is already entering the back straightaway here, while Aaron and Matt are kind of in the middle of the S curve there.
Yeah, it's a shame for Aaron because on that first start that we had, got down to the inside, and even though there was a big accident, I don't think there was anything wrong about being on the inside there because they were alongside. He got to the apex first. Everybody on the outside probably didn't know they were 3 wide, and that's what ended up happening. So unfortunate that there was a race start. He's still in a good position in 6th with a good gap behind Matthew there. I think he's already pulled about a second gap, but about 4 seconds up to the car in front. So he has a lot of work to do. Alexandra's still running away with it here.
Absolutely. As we're now clicking off the first couple minutes, we're already going to hit lap traffic here. Jeer in the 159 car, in that green car that you see, is already going to get lapped. And we talked about it earlier here, guys. There's more cars. There's a bigger speed difference between the leaders and the slow cars. This will come into factor. Lap traffic will play a big factor into the overall winner of this race here, as he's already going to get him into the corner as the lap car goes into the dirt. Let's hope for a safe re-entry. Looks like the leaders are going to go by here nice and safe down the hill. And I think that was the best case scenario for Alex here, guys.
Pretty close
Almost.
there.
Yeah, a little bit of contact there as they came out just down the hill there, but got through it nicely enough. A few more cars up to come up behind. Props to Jared there for trying to make their lives as easy as possible there.
Cool, and let's take a look at Michael, who is, again, fastest in practice and really fighting for the pole here. He has clawed his way from 16th all the way up to 9th. He has cracked the top 10, and again, guys, every position is going to matter. So he's really going to have to really dig deep and put his head down. He's got no drafting help whatsoever. But the next gap between him and P8 is going to be pretty big, although he's about to pick up 2 cars right now as he goes around the outside of the lap car Jeer, and Bill is stuck in the wall. So he is now up already back up to P8, potentially P7, depending on which cars were a lap car there. But you can see, guys, avoiding the chaos and staying consistent is really a key factor in this.
I think the closest battle we have right now is for 10th and 11th within a second of each other here, but after that little kerfuffle coming through the chicane, I think they have a little bit of spacing. Those 2 cars, yeah, that's Jerry. They're getting a lap there by, I think, Joel, so Everybody's a bit spaced out right now. Still have about 15 minutes left to go, so hopefully we see a few, not hopefully, but maybe we see some mistakes. Maybe the racing gets a little closer. As we see P2 go through the grass there down the chicane, that's going to hurt him big time.
Absolutely.
Capitalize.
Absolutely. And guys, you guys are simmers, right? When you go through the grass like that, maybe in real life it doesn't kill too much of your car's handling other than maybe just your momentum. But tell us, how is a spin like we saw in turn 1 or even putting your wheels into the gravel affecting the car? Because it does take a while before your tires get back to 100%.
Yeah, so going off into the grass, depending on the track you're on, can slow you quite a bit. Any bit of spins are going to cook your tires for a decent period of time. So rejoining the track, trying to make sure that you don't want to light up the tires too aggressively. Otherwise, you're really not going to have much of a rear end for quite a few corners, and that can really affect your time, perhaps compounding into more spins. So you got to make sure you're delicate with your inputs out there. Make sure you're keeping those tires in a good working range. As we see down, P3 starting to close up here to Josh, probably after that bit of that mistake. It's quite tricky right now. 13 minutes left to go in the race. A lot of chaos in the beginning. I think drivers are probably only now just starting to settle into a bit of a groove here. I feel bad for Josh. We have P3 kind of starting to breathe down his neck here a little bit.
Yeah, and Josh, you said trying to get into a groove here, but after making that mistake, hopefully he can put his head down and just keep driving clean laps as he goes wide again there. So Daniel going to gain even more time. I would suspect that Josh might be looking in his mirrors a little bit here, worried about that car in P3, and Daniel sniffing blood here, getting even closer within a second in the draft, coming to turn 1, puts the flashers on here. Pretty cool to see coming into turn 1 really close.
Definitely a little bit of gamesmanship. That is really crafty by Daniel here. This is going to be a battle for P2, and at the moment right now, looking at the lap times, Daniel actually has the advantage with a little bit more pace here. Let's see if Josh can kind of get back into his rhythm. As we talk about this, a lap car is going to once again play a factor. Let's see if Josh could pass him down the back straightaway in a way that makes it beneficial to him where he doesn't lose momentum here.
Still really close here, Daniel. Alexandro still pulling away about 3 seconds. You can see they got pulled away just a little bit, so Josh maybe kind of grabbed his footing there. Nice and clean coming through the chicane. As a lapper there, slowing Josh
This
down.
is going to be
Contact.
huge! Josh
Wow.
makes contact. He somehow squeaks by, and that was the best case scenario for Josh, but he had to send it on the outside. Guys, spatial awareness is so key, especially with the lap traffic.
I would be having a small heart attack if I were Josh right now. A lot of contact, very close to the grass on the outside. And if you touch the grass there, that's a guaranteed one-way trip to the wall there. So luckily, able to make it through that. Have to regain his footing. Still has Daniel breathing down his neck. About 12 minutes of lapping here to keep the pressure on.
Absolutely. As we see a battle brewing for 4th place here, we have Christopher and Aaron duking it out with just a little over than 10 minutes left in the race. And this is at the moment going to be the closest battle on the circuit here. And with what we've seen, a podium is absolutely not out of the realm of possibilities for these drivers here. As we see Christopher get a little bit wide on the exit there. Back to Alex. He is currently in the lead, but again, lap traffic is just around the corner. We can see it just out of the exit of the corner here on our camera angles, but this is important here, guys. It's looking as if Alex has a 4-second lead over the others. Can he take his time with it? Does he have to be as risky as Josh was with the lap traffic earlier, or is it going to be a little bit friendlier of a pass-by here?
If I'm Jonathan, I'm really looking to be a little bit more conservative now. As we go through, 4-second gap is not ideal. Sure, you always want to have more, but at a circuit like this, there's a lot of risks with all the curbings, all the lap traffic. You want to make sure that you're really taking calculated risk here and not making a mistake that you can't write a check for later on.
And also the P2 and P3 positions could end up fighting with how close they are. You saw Alexander get held up by that one Blue 911 there coming down the chicane, so he needs to try and maximize his cleanliness everywhere else so he doesn't add on to the wound of losing time. Here you see Josh nice and clean coming through turn 1. They're going to catch that back marker here. Hopefully they can make it by nice and clean. Coming through chicanes, it's pretty hard to pass here, so hopefully they don't lose too much time, but this looks really good for Alexander here.
Absolutely, I agree. I will say now it's going to be interesting because Josh is catching up to a lap car. The lap car gets out of the way at the last second, but I don't think Daniel got by. No, he did. He got by nice and smooth. The race is still on. It is still close. And shout out to that lap car for getting out the way as clean as possible. As for our leader, he is now in the middle of a horde of lap cars. There are 4 lappers in front of him, and that gap is dwindling. It was 4 seconds a second ago, but it is now down to 3. He's going to cross the start-finish line right about now, but in the corner of our eyes, we can see that gray car, Josh, lurking in the back. He might be in the catbird seat right here, guys. As we look at our leader here, he continues on. He is currently about to pass about 2 more other lap cars. Let's take a look at Josh here. You can see he's still in the midst of it. Looks like Daniel got held up by a lap car. Guys, of all the places to probably pass on the circuit, it's definitely not the S's to go side by side as we see the lap car kind of get bumped out the way. I thought that was fair game. That's a lapper battling with a leader. You got to get out of the way here. But the easiest place to pass a lapper and the most ideal place if you are the leader is definitely down the back straight lane, like where Daniel is right now. The worst place is going to be through any sort of technical corners like the S's, would you guys say?
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. As you go through the S's there, you really don't have room to be side by side and carry momentum still. Not an ideal spot for that lapper to be in. On top of that, squeezed, just a little low there, and that was a recipe for disaster. You got to always try and leave that extra bit of space, make sure that there's no chaos. That's going to make the race better for really both people involved here.
Absolutely. And again, we don't want to play favorites here, but we do want to check in with our buddies. Let's take a look at P6. Matt Justman in what he told me, his first pro race in the sim is currently up to P6, so shout out to Matt with a lap time of a 56.9. That's actually 2 seconds already better than his practice laps. Keeping it nice and smooth, although he does drift a little bit wide on the exit there as he avoids a lot of chaos behind him. And then just ahead of him is Aaron Sly, the senior lead instructor at the Porsche Experience Center Los Angeles, currently in 5th, keeping it nice and clean. He could see the leaders ahead of him. He's not fully out of it just yet, but Rocco, you can see they're definitely playing the smooth, conservative style of driving that's really advantageous in a crazy scenario like this.
Yeah, you can see all that curb usage from the cars behind. One car going off wide there. There's Josh getting through all that chaos, but Matthew up in 5th got a little bit of cushion there with the 2 cars behind getting held up by a back marker. Side by side now, there's Daniel trying to tussle with some back markers. Gets through almost nice and clean, maybe lost a little bit of time there. Has 1 more car between him and P2, so a lot of work here for Daniel, and it's looking pretty comfortable for Josh unless he also catches some more back markers. As 1 car spins there straight into the barriers, but I don't think there's anybody fighting for the lead, so they can just get back up and running again. Aaron gets by him just fine. Matthew now stuck behind, or right in front of a back marker.
Absolutely looking back into the lead here with just over, or I should say just under 7 minutes to go in the race. Alex looks like he's really starting to pull away, but I will say the gap between Alex and Josh is not as maybe big or small as it was just a few laps ago, but it is a lot clearer. There are no lap cars in between Alex and Josh. So we'll keep an eye on that battle here in just a second, but we're going to take a look at the mid-pack battle with Michael and Christopher. And remember, Michael has been carving his way from 16th. He's all the way up to P5, but he definitely avoided a lot of chaos right there. We got 6 minutes left to hang on.
I think Matthew and Christopher were side by side coming through that chicane, and Christopher trying to hang it around the outside when they switched back to that right-hander. Got a little bit of contact and just lost the rear there. Matthew was still doing a really good job up in P6. That's just a part of racing, and yeah, I wouldn't look any further into that.
Yeah, definitely. Looked like they were trying to hack in Schumacher, that lap car there, and the lap car just kind of stuck in the middle. Christopher getting the shorter end of the stick there. Very unfortunate, but still about another 5 minutes of racing to go. Definitely still some spots to be made up here.
All right, as the lap car gets out of the way for Alex, and it's so hard, right? We've been kind of critiquing and criticizing the lappers here, but it is hard. If you're new to sim racing, it's a lot to take in. There's a huge event, there's an audience, there's broadcasters. It is easy to get nervous and just kind of buckle under the pressure. I will also say in certain scenarios, it is tough because you are battling against your other lap drivers for those positions, and on the subject of every single position being super key, you don't want to let the leaders by and your person that you're battling with by as well. It could be very difficult.
Yeah, and on top of that, you're also trying to keep yourself on track. So you're juggling a lot of different things, multitasking. If you're not used to that, driving in your mirrors a little bit, being able to be spatially aware of other cars around you. I mean, of course, you know the drivers you're racing against, but when you have faster cars come up behind, it could surprise you, especially in a place like the S's. You're looking into the turn, you're not really looking in your mirrors through a sector like that. As further up ahead, you see a car get out of the way of Daniel, I believe. And yeah, there's Daniel coming into the turn now.
Checking back on our mid battle here, we got Michael and Matthew. This is currently the closest battle we have in regards to our leaders here. It's a battle for P5, and again, those top 5 points are really going to kind of come into play. Matthew now just clear of that lapper, and he's got a clear view all the way up to Michael right now, even though Michael is going around a lapper. As you can see, guys, this is going to be kind of the last few minutes where you really got to hone in, make as little mistakes as you can. As we can see Michael rotating the back of the car ever so slightly. A good amount of rotation is fine, but when your tires are hot, when you're in the middle of all this sort of chaos, if you over-rotate the car, that could bite you in the butt.
I think I'm seeing Aaron get a little close to Daniel here. I'm not too sure if that's a 0 or more. Nah, he's pretty still far down the road there, coming through the last turn.
But guys, talking about the bigger picture here, as things stand, if Alex was to take home the victory and the dub tonight, that's a pretty big note because he's going to leave with the exact same, I believe, amount of points as William is. So entering the next round, we do have 2 leaders, not 1, but 2 leaders with the exact same amount of points. And considering bonus points as well, they both qualified on pole. So this is going to be pretty exciting as we make our way over to Mosport in just a few moments. But with 3 minutes left, it looks like Alex has got this in the bag. He's running some 56s. Josh is not too far away, but it is definitely going to be a little bit more of a improbable, not impossible scenario for him to get this win. And then we'll take a look at Daniel as he crosses the line as well here.
A lot of spacing here. You see that one back marker get out the way perfectly there. Nice job from that blue 911 there. Some car comes out the pits there. I'm not sure who that is. But Alexander, nice clean run here. Conserving those tires, not overworking them at all. And just really minimizing his mistakes here. Trying to, I was about to say, maybe he's trying to avoid the curves, but not really. So maybe that's why he's able to pull such a gap. Consistently hitting those curves and just being clean out there.
Absolutely, Rocco. All right, as we take a look at the final 90 seconds of the event, Alex should be getting the white flag. Maybe not on this particular next lap, but the lap afterwards. And again, guys, as things stand, he is going to be tied with William heading into the next round. Would be really interesting. Again, the groups are randomized, but would be really interesting to see both of them fight it out in the next round together. But looking at him, we do have to give a round of applause. It's been nice and smooth. I will say Josh in the background there just went a little bit wide with a lapped car. It's not going to affect too much of his momentum as he's got probably a 16 car length gap to P3, but a round of applause for Josh. Daniel's going to round out the podium here in P number 3, but a pretty dominant performance, very similar to the first race before by our top 3 drivers here. As you can see, really kind of putting it together here. Before the checker flag does fly out, we do want to give a big thank you to World of Racing here in Tustin. There's also some locations in Pasadena and Kansas City if you're out of state. So shout out to those guys and congrats to them for the new building at Phoenix, which is going to be pretty cool. But just want to give a big shout out to Jonathan and the rest of the crew here for being so accommodating, treating us like VIPs as always. And who knows, maybe we'll do this again next year. But looking at the final lap as he gets the white flag here, Alex has got this thing in the bag. He's been nice and smooth, very consistent, has a 5-second lead. That's actually a little bit similar to Williams' lead in the first race here, but 5-second lead ahead of everyone, which is pretty astounding. Guys, the gauntlet has been set, the hammer has been thrown. Really, Alex and William are starting to kind of separate themselves at the front runners here.
Yeah, very much so. More or less driving away with it. Everyone seems to be in track day mode by this point. Pretty large gaps between all the drivers at the moment. Might see some post-race stewarding coming towards Aaron's slide for that lap 1 incident in the very beginning. We'll have to see what comes of it. But overall, looking like this field is going to be set as is on that front.
Alrighty, and here it is, everyone. A round of applause for Alex as he takes home the win by a comfortable margin. It's going to be about 6 seconds. Josh has got to cross the line in P number 2. Middle step of the podium there, and Daniel with a hard-fought P number 3. Our buddy Aaron Sly is going to cross the line in P number 4. He's still in the thick of it. And Michael, probably the biggest round of applause for him. He has gone through a roller coaster race from being up front, taken out in the first lap, falling down to 16th, and then back up in a top 5 position. That is a very well-deserved race. Our buddy Matt Justman in his first Pro Sim race is now in P6, followed by David, Julian, Christopher, who is the first car lap down, and then Bill in P10. So the top 8 on the lead lap, a very well done race by all of them. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with more action here in just a moment from Canadian Tire's Motorsports Park in a MX-5 Cup car. Stay tuned.
Development. That's always a shame. Here in America, we find that the reality of a lot of older racetracks, like even newer racetracks that were built, people just don't have that love for cars in certain spots. And of course, even certain British circuits having noise regulations on circuits in the area. Don't build near a racetrack if you don't want to hear noise. That's my best advice, or don't move into one near it. But it's always sad to see when racetracks go, and sure, of course, you need to find space for the land, but look at all the land around it. Why you gotta get rid of this racetrack? Just let cars drive in glorified circles in peace.
With Laguna Seca being my home circuit, don't even talk to me about noise violations or such. we've had a bout of noise violation complaints over the past decade or so, and threats to even close down the circuit, unfortunately, as there's a streamer hanging from Bradley's car. It looked like there was a streamer hanging from his car for just a second, but nope, just a little bit of a Assetto Corsa being a Assetto Corsa there, and you can see that streamer just dangling off, don't you, Mike?
On every car, they do have a little streamer on them. We'll call those, what do they call those? Ventruli, kind of like the air that comes off the back of a wing. Now, of course, these MX-5s don't necessarily produce any downforce minus the 2,000 pounds that they weigh. That's it's going to be about where it maxes out at. They're pretty much fully mechanically inclined and all about that raw grip on circuit. Not worrying about any invisible mumbo jumbo or any fancy sticky outy bits to try to keep you on the track. It's all about your right foot and your right and left hands.
Absolutely true. It is about the mechanical grip in these MX-5 cars, and getting the mechanical grip just right will be the key to success here. And there's not too much you can actually tune on these vehicles, so the drivers are pretty much equally matched. Of course, sharing setups between drivers is not frowned upon. It's probably encouraged at World of Racing to give each other a helping hand, but what one driver suits their needs, or what one setup suits their needs for one driver, may not suit everybody's cup of tea, especially getting through some of the tighter corners. Some drivers like to turn the wheel more than others, and other drivers like myself, I just like to steer with my left and right foot.
Yeah, and with that, I would imagine, now don't quote me on this, is actually a great question to ask everyone down at World of Racing, is are we using fixed setups? Because I guess AC probably doesn't have fixed setups. Now that I think about it, does it? It's a little pre its time, huh?
I think you can set it in the server configurations to have fixed setups, to have them locked from default, as Tim gets pretty racy with Christopher, it looks like, and side-by-side argy-bargy action. But now getting to the start-finish straightaway, where will Tim find his time? A 118.2 will be all he had in the bag previous lap around.
Look at these 18s, 18-2, 18-2, 18-0, 4, 5, 9, all the way down to Cosmo in 9th position. Daniel there with an 18-0 in the doldrums of qualifying. 17-9 quickest lap. Max, though, getting all sorts of chopped up on the qualifying lap with another back marker. I'm not sure who that was. Let's take a look a bit further back. Actually, it might have been, that was Mark, actually, that got caught up with that, unfortunately. Brittany, though, down in 22nd with a 127.8. A couple tenths there to be found, with Polina ahead in 21st. Robert, 20th position with Vincent, or with Vincent in P19. It's Vincent, yes. Tommy in 18th, and then Vincente in 17th. That's the name that I was trying to think of. Down in 17th position with Kai ahead at a 121.6. Tight bottom pack as well.
It's tight at the front, it's tight at the mid, it's tight at the rear. Man, these drivers are sure finding their packs to race with, and that's what MX-5s are all about. It's about the pack racing that you're going to end up finding. Maybe you're not necessarily fast enough to be at the front. Not everybody can win a race, but everybody can find someone fun to race against in these cars because they're so much fun, because they're so equalizers. Such equalizers to where it's just a balance of performance at the best possible thing. Ahmad throwing down an 18.236, finding himself in 5th place. Phenomenal drive out of Ahmad right now with 2 laps to go.
This qualifying is hotter than a firecracker. Daniel, what can he find? The pit lane, apparently. Suddenly, I'm not sure what that was about. Whoa, cars flying off circuit with enough mid-air time to be served wine and cheese on their flight. Expect that to become the reality of the night. Once we get into the race session, drivers will be side by side trying to go for those moves. And with that, of course, means that the track will narrow and those sausage curbs will send you into the stratosphere, as we just saw Bradley's character go into outer space as well.
Absolutely true. We're going to see some drive. Look at all the 18s and the 17s trickling in. Andrew, Bradley, Max, 17s. It's basically 1 second separating Andrew all the way down to David in 9th place right now. And then the 19s start trickling in. 19.3 for Cosmo, 19.4 for Risa. Joshua now into a 19.1, finding himself into the top 10 And that is an amazing lap time for all these drivers to be able to perform at such a level on a track they've never even seen before, most likely.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. It's just down to how quickly these drivers can master these corners. And Andrew, the quickest to the bat so far, but Bradley not far behind Max as well. With that, we have some chatters as well. Welcome to Mar Spark for the follow. Thank you very much. Welcome to the team. Thank you as well to Will Slong joining us. We also have a follow from Stus Gaming on Twitch. Thank you so much for joining us. And Chicaneep, I think. I'm not sure. I hope that's correct. Hope the commentary team is doing great. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much for joining us on the Twitch side of things. Hopefully you are down at World of Racing yourself and joining this action. Thank you all so much for being here. Hope everyone's having a lovely evening, afternoon, or morning, wherever you are in this fine world. It's Mike Noss and Sagar Bakshi on the comms here tonight, and World of Racing is the subject. If you are looking to get yourself down there, if you are in the Tustin or Pasadena or Kansas City areas, you can find yourself going down to World of Racing to test out some top
right, welcome back everyone to the 2025 Boost Foundation Sim Classic. Again, I'm Jonathan Sugianto, alongside me, Tony Joteb and Rocco Ruzik. Here looking at qualifying. Remember, this is both a practice and a qualifying mixed together, so this is new for the rest of the event. And as you guys can see, it is going to be a pretty exciting one, considering now we have 16 competing in this one. But you see some familiar names like Alex, Aiden, Zachary, and Aaron, a lot of fast drivers in this one. And we also have a new car and track combo. This is Canadian Tire Motorsports Park, or otherwise known as Mosport, and we are in the Mazda MX-5 Cup car. Rocco, you drive similar cars when you race in real life with Spec Miatas. This is very much a momentum car. Talk to us a little bit about how these guys are really going to have to navigate that when it comes to the race.
Yeah, these cars are about the same layout, front engine, rear-wheel drive. The last car is rear engine, rear-wheel drive. So these cars, you're not really driving it off the rear end as much. You're more driving it like normal car on the road, weight being in the front, so more used to what people are used in that way. You're not really using the brakes to rotate the car as much. I mean, there's a lot of different ways to try and rotate this car. And it's much more momentum-based now. There's no aero. Very less horsepower, so it's really about trying not to make as many mistakes. If you make a mistake here, you can't mask it with a lot of power, so it's all about momentum racing here.
Copy that. And then, Tony, you drive this track a lot in the sim, specifically on iRacing and Assetto Corsa. It's a very different track than Road Atlanta, is it not? A lot of elevation changes, a lot of technical corners. Yes, there's a long straightaway like Road Atlanta, but really, it's all about going to be keeping that momentum going through the corners.
Yeah, 100%. As Rocco mentioned here, this is going to be a very momentum-driven car, so it's going to be vital that you don't lose a lot of that momentum, right? You only have 160 horsepower with these Cup cars versus the 992 Cup, it's like 500 something, right? So that's a big difference, especially if you have a big wing on the back. This car doesn't even have a roof, right? So it's pretty different in that sense. But a lot of long corners. Motorsport's really going to punish you if you try to come in with too much speed. So it's a fine balance of trying to find enough momentum to bring into the corner, but not too much to where you're going to end up actually killing all that speed off later on.
And also, this car being a lot slower, you're going to see drivers push a lot harder into the turn, so maybe min speed will be not too far off of the Cup cars, but, just because of, less weight, but they don't have any aero, so it might be a little bit more loose, a lot more mechanical grip here with these cars.
All right, and as you guys can see, this is going to be a very different layout than Road Atlanta. Road Atlanta, about a 55, 56 lap time was going to be kind of the average pace. Here, it's almost double that. It's a minute and a half, over a minute and a half. So it's going to be longer laps, a lot more of a racecraft kind of track. There's going to be a big pack. There's going to be a lot of passing going on. Guys, is it going to be the same thing as the second to last race at Road Atlanta, where you just have to avoid the chaos?
I would say so. Definitely avoiding the chaos, trying to get through those back markers nice and clean. Also, with these cars having less aero, you might get them sideways a little more, so definitely keeping those tire temperatures in check. Definitely not overworking your tires and slowing yourself down in that regard.
All right, let's go ahead now and talk a little bit about some of the picks, early predictions, as far as who's going to do really well at this. We're currently looking at Alex here. Remember, he was, as he goes to P2 now, back to P1 with a 134.5. Alex was the winner of the latest race at Road Atlanta. Guys, it would be a really, really big momentum swing in his favor if he wins again, because he's won pole, he's won his race. If he could win pole again, remember, that's an extra bonus point, really pivotal in the overall.
Yeah, 100%, and I think that's going to put a lot of pressure on Rasmussen because he also won the last race, also got pole. So that's going to put the pressure for him to do the same thing if Alexandro is able to pull that off. But I think Michael's also going to be a force to be reckoned with. We saw how capable he was in that last race. He got a little unlucky getting caught up in that wreck towards the start of the race, but the fact that he was able to make up all those positions, show his pace, arguably maybe was even faster than Alexandro at some points. So I'm kind of curious to see how this can unfold between them.
Absolutely. He is definitely going to have to make up a lot of ground. He did a good job recovering from what would have been an outside top 10 finish. He was all the way down in 16th, up into a top 5 finish. But again, that's 4 positions, 4 points that separate him and Alex. So not only is he going to have to probably do well and win this race, but he's going to have to hope for some bad luck on some of the other competitors. We'll take a look now at the mid-battle positions right now as far as just qualifying goes. We look at our buddies Aaron and Matt. Matt looks like he is at a 136.4, a solid top 5 there. And Aaron, who put a lot of time in this track at our Sims back home, is currently in P7 at a 137.1. Guys, does the draft help kind of compensate for the big difference in lap time with these types of cars? Do we expect a big pack race, or is this going to be kind of spread out just like Road Atlanta was?
Well, these cars being much slower, it is much more tight racing in that sense that you can't really pull away under power if you make a mistake. You know, you can't really mask it as much, and you can't. Yeah, I mean, I'm just kind of going on a tangent there, but basically, draft is much bigger here. With these cars, you're going much slower. Spec Miata is known, or MX-5 in general is known for bump drafting. You see a car right here benefiting from that draft from behind. So we'll see if this car, Aaron, our very own, can get a better lap here. The car pulls alongside. Maybe they hold each other up, fighting there into the next turn. But yeah, and you see these two cars here also working together, trying to benefit from that draft.
100%. I think this race is going to remind me a lot of Rocco's background here in go-karting, is that everyone's going to be in a line here, but once you get out of that line, out of that pack, you have to be really certain that you're going to make that move stick. Otherwise, you're going to find yourself tumbling backwards very quickly because everyone else is going to be on that same line.
And look at this here, guys. On the screen right now, we currently have P1 and P2 currently in qualifying. It would be really interesting to see who's going to end up taking pole here, considering the fact they are nose to tail. Potential prediction and a early kind of teaser as to what this race could look like here between these two guys?
Yeah, I think one of the interesting things here as well is that unlike the previous 2 races we've seen, the practice and qualifying are actually together here. So they're having to figure it out on the fly. And we only have a minute left, so this is where you really have to decide, you know, hey, I only have a minute, and this is actually their last attempt at the lap here, is they can't really stop. So they're kind of just trusting each other to both put down a good lap time, hope the person in front of you doesn't make a mistake. So this type of racing is very fun, but very risky as well by the drivers.
Yeah, these cars being much slower, it's much easier to follow each other into the turn. Braking zones are a little bit less aggressive with these cars because you're trying to conserve momentum. And these guys are killing it right now. You see Michael go all the way up to a sub 134. Working together, benefiting from that draft. They're about a second clear from third, so they're basically running away with it right now. If the same thing unfolds in the race, it might be a pretty boring race up in the front.
And this is interesting here, guys. So Michael is currently in P1 with 20 seconds left on the clock. But if you look at who's kind of benefiting from this layout here, it's actually Alex, because he's getting a huge tow and a huge draft going down this long back straightaway. This back straightaway is technically even longer than Road Atlanta, but this slower car ahead of him might affect the overall here. But with 5 seconds left, this is going to dictate who gets that very valuable extra bonus point here as they come to the line.
Coming to the line here in the final sector. That car is pretty far up the road, so I don't think it'll hurt them. Even might benefit Michael here because he's starting to kind of gap Alexandro, so coming to the lead, and wow, much faster, 133.3. Alexandro also into the sub 134s, right behind it by 0.2, killing it out there.
So there you have it. Michael is going to get that extra bonus point. Huge for him. Remember, he needs to really catch up in the points here. He has the pace. You could tell he has the overtaking capability. But for him, best case scenario is just to go flag to flag, which he could potentially do, because there is a huge gap between the top 2 down to Aiden in P number 3. Then followed by Christopher, Louise, our buddies Matt and Aaron, Cole, Caden, and Zachary rounded out your top 10. So here we go, guys. Last couple of notes here before we get started. What do you guys think is going to be the magic sort of factor as far as technique goes? For me, it's going to be minimizing the mistakes. I don't think it's going to be as crazy or chaotic as Road Atlanta was. I don't think there's going to be any lap traffic. Let's see how it goes here, guys. We are 6 lights away. Lights are off, and the race is underway. Great start from everyone here, especially Aiden in P number 3. He's going to get the best start, I think, of the leaders. Single file for the top 6 as Michael takes the lead over Alex entering turn number 1. So far, everything is nice and clean. And you guys can see here, the pack already starting to form here.
Alexandro kind of looking into the inside of Michael here. Definitely want to be careful not to slow each other down. This part of the race is very crucial. You see Aiden now pull to the outside, almost getting alongside Alexandro here. They need to be careful to try and pull away from this group. As you see Christopher there going down the inside of Luis, and he cannot make the move. Absolutely, and again, you can see the top three starting to pull away. Everyone has a good shot at overtaking the other, but these three are playing it smart. They're playing the long game here, and you guys can see as we make a dive bomb move, Alex is on the inside of Michael. He may have jumped the gun on that. That may have actually hurt him, as Aiden now it's to the inside of Michael, but that just killed their momentum. Aiden on the inside of Alex and then killed their momentum, and now you can see the field is starting to spread apart. Aiden might have gotten to the back there of Alexandra. Very light bump, and that might have sent Alexandra a little bit too close to Michael than he would have liked, but still nice and clean top there. You see Aiden starting to get pretty close to 4th and 5th. They are right behind him as 5th now starts to fade to the inside. It's going to hurt his run trying to get down to 3rd. Absolutely, and as you can see, there's a lot of bumping going on. They are going to go side by side as Aiden is now on the inside of Alex as they go into the penultimate corner. They're going to go side by side. Guys, this is going to kill their momentum, and you can see ever so slightly, Michael is inching away little by little. I do want to also give a special shout out and a small spotlight here to the guy running in 5th. That is Matt Widner. He competed in this event last year, had the pace, actually won the last race, but just had a little bit of bad luck in the first two. Now he's in the thick of it here, running in a solid top 5. Keep an eye out for him. He could really benefit from some chaos here if we were to see it. Yeah, these guys second on back really need to put their differences aside. Luis starting to kind of falter off the back there as Alexandro is still trying to fight and look for a position to get around Aiden. They really need to work together here if they have a chance to catch Michael.
And if you're Michael, this is a lottery ticket. I mean, you're looking in your mirrors and you see everyone behind you fighting, and this, of course, going to slow him down because you cannot any longer take that optimal line, and that's really what's going to be tricky. Now, the one downside is that Michael up there, he is punching a hole through the air by himself. So if they start to work together, bump drafting and slipstreaming off each other, all of a sudden, like you see there happening, it might get a little bit more interesting. But if they don't play this smart, then Michael's just going to run away with it.
Absolutely, and these guys are now doing the smart thing. They got a little bit of a gap to Whitner in P4 there, so Aiden and Alex really going to have to lock in if they have any shot at grabbing back the lead, because now the gap between the leader and P2 is now over a second, so they're really going to have to lock in and really work together, minimize the side-by-side action, and really focus on keeping it as streamlined and straight as possible, utilizing the draft to the advantage as we take a look at Matt, who is now battling side-by-side with Louise, which again, really good racing, but probably not the most advantageous thing when it comes to topping the top 5 here. Yeah, the race being very young here, definitely want to put your head down and just try to get into a nice position to put some clean laps down. As you see, Luis run a little bit wide there, Matt. Not able to put himself into that slot and get into the draft here, so he's not benefiting much from the draft, still about a car length behind. And yeah, they're just falling further and further back as Alexandro is now right glued there with Aiden. They're working together pretty well, but they're still not gaining on Michael. It's been sitting about a second and a half this whole time, and it's growing still. Absolutely, Rocco, and I would actually echo that and then some. It's actually probably hurting them more than anything. Running like this side by side, you can see they're going to have to brake. It kills their momentum. This is the most important corner on the circuit, right? It leads again down the longest part of the straightaway, and you can see now it is officially over 2 seconds between the leader and P number 2. So you can see it is definitely the most important part of the course and why it's starting to kind of space out here. And you can still see that gap is just growing. These guys are still fighting. This is the worst thing they could be doing right now. Alexander and Aiden probably just having a disagreement. Aiden didn't have the fastest qualifying time, but that's probably because he didn't have a drafting partner, so Alexander might believe that he's faster, but right now he's struggling to get past. Actually, I eat my words there. Alexander is now in P2. Both cars looking the same. It's a little hard to differentiate, but on the timing sheet you can see Alexander is now in front. This may be what they want now. The faster car up in front, punching the hole through the ground. Aiden might be a little bit easier at following. You know, you definitely want the faster car up in the front so that they're not holding each other up in the braking zones. And as we take a look at them going side by side, we're going to shift our attention slightly further back here. We're going to take a look at Matt, who may have just made a mistake. Remember, he was running in P4, but we resume now all the way down to P8. That's going to kill him here because he's all by himself, guys. He's over 6 seconds between him and Aaron, and you can see now it is a huge gap between him and the front runners. He's going to have to hope for some bad luck, but really tough to see for one of the faster guys so far here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the trickiest parts is that once he made that mistake, it's a very high-speed course, maybe excluding this corner right here. But a lot of it, you have to consider that they're going probably well over 100 miles an hour for a lot of these corners. So once you do make that mistake, spin out, you have to rebuild that momentum all the way back up again. And that's really what's going to cost you time, aside from obviously the mistake itself.
Absolutely. We're going to shift our attention now to P4s, 5, 6, and 7. The gap to the leaders is kind of starting to spread themselves out. Everyone kind of sitting nice and tight in the proper positions. But you guys can see now the battle is going to be taking a look at Aaron, who is going to make contact with Christopher. They are side by side, and they're going side by side. Oh, and there's more contact. Cole is going to go sideways. He does a full drift. Somehow hangs on to it. Shout out to him. That's some style points. But once again, that kills their momentum, and this is going to be pretty costly for them in the long run here.
Well, surely that one wasn't Aaron's fault. So that one right there, he definitely got packed in the back there. But it looks like he is able to actually retain this here and continue on. So hopefully he catches up to Christopher here. Looks like he was doing pretty good before that.
Looking a little bit further up the road, you can see Alexander now starting to pull a 1.5 second gap between him and Aiden. So definitely getting held up by Aiden there. Unfortunately, they can't really work together well enough to catch up to Michael. It's been still a small gap growing between Michael and Alexandro. It's been about 0.5 second in the last lap or so. So now it's really just a game of who can have the cleanest laps. You see a little bit of oversteer there from Alexandro coming off the brakes into that turn. So this needs to keep it clean. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to catch Michael here.
Exactly. Remember, this is a long race. We are still well over 10 minutes, a total of 12 minutes actually before the checkered flag. I might eat my words earlier. I mentioned that I don't think lap traffic is going to be a factor, but considering that we did see a little bit of chaos and some incidences there, that might come into play. But at the moment, you guys can see that it is currently Michael in P number 1, Alex in P number 2 with about a 4 second gap between them. Aiden, Lewis, and Christopher rounding out your top 5. And guys, the field is now really starting to spread out here.
Yeah, speaking of here with Christopher, I'm wondering if the stewards here are going to take a look at him, Aaron, and Cole there for that 3-car incident that they had there. It looks like they might get away with it there, but there are definitely some pretty big contacts there that may affect the race in a good or bad way.
Absolutely. Now let's go ahead and shift our attention to some of the guys who are outside the top 10. We remember seeing a lot of Zach fans here, so he's in P number 11 at the moment. This is actually going to be one of the closer battles on the circuit at the time. We are looking at the number 60 car of Caden here. Caden running about a 1:37, a solid lap time there, and he's just kind of making sure he's hitting his marks. Up ahead of him is Joel in the number 24 car, my favorite number. And then a little further ahead is P number 6 is Mr. Aaron Sly, who was in that big battle with all of the contact just a moment ago. But now you can see it's starting to kind of form a little bit of a rhythm again. Let's see if he could crack into that top 5 once again here, Tony.
Yeah, so I was just wondering, why is 24 your favorite number?
That is because of the legendary Jeff Gordon, who, shout out to him, was actually running in the IROC division at the Monterey Motorsports reunion with our buddy Pat Long. So shout out to these guys. They're probably not watching this at all, but still shout out to them. And as we take a look at the leader once again here, we're going to shift over to Michael. Guys, this is going to be a huge confidence boost for him. Remember, he had that incident at Atlanta, spun out, fell all the way down to 16th, got himself a top 5, but a win and pole would be huge for him, especially with Alex being in P number 2. From him in the overall, that's going to shrink the gap down to only about 3 points here.
I think Alex just made a pretty big mistake because he just lost a whole second to Michael there. He was holding at 4 seconds for about 2 laps, so the pace started to kind of even out there, but now instead of 4, it's 5 seconds. So now it's just a game of who can make the less amount of mistakes. if Alex can just drive nice and clean. I think he's on the same pace as Michael, and he just has to hope for Michael to make some mistakes, but really no pressure from behind. As you see there, I think that was, there was a, Jer there, went off the track and lost control of the car. Back on track now, nice little 180 turn, and back underway.
Beautiful recovery there from Jer. I couldn't have done it better myself.
That's it, and Jer unfortunately does go a lap down at the moment. We actually spoke a little bit about him with Casey during our intermission there. He is just out here having fun. Again, it's all for a good cause, but definitely making it entertaining to say the least here. As you can see, he goes a little bit wide. He's going to have to shake off that mistake there as he goes wide again and just kind of take deep breaths, bring it back to center, and see if he could kind of focus forward here.
Yeah, well kept there. And yeah, this is the interesting part of the race here, because we have Michael, Alexandro, and Aiden here in the front. And as Rocco mentioned, Alexandro making that mistake that's cost him some time. So now you're kind of in this weird in between of how much do you want to push. I think Alexandro's in a good spot. He did win the previous race, so P2 is actually pretty good, given that Michael, yes, he's winning this race. However, he was finishing P5 in the previous one. So overall in the standings here, it is still to Alexandro's favor.
Matt, you see they're getting around Cole. Nice little move there. Cole's going to try and hang on to it here, benefit from that draft. But Matt slowly making his way up the road. The next car is Aaron, our very own, about 5 seconds up the road. So a lot of ground to make up and only 8 minutes left to go in this race.
Absolutely, and you guys can see how just one mistake is so costly. So the other racers who aren't in this race right now, the Williams and the Jacobs, this is going to be pretty beneficial for them because they can see now really minimizing the mistake is the name of the game, because here we have a guy, Matt, who should be in the top 5 as far as pace goes, but he's all the way outside the top 5, well outside the top 5, well over 7 seconds here, and he's going to have to hope for some bad luck from those front runners to see if they could kind of get back into contention here. But I do want to shift the attention back over to Aiden. That gap between first and second is growing, but the gap between second and third is shrinking. You could see now it is under a second at this point. It's just kind of flirting around with the second marker there. And guys, this is going to be pretty big because, again, Alex came into this as the overall leader along with William. And with him falling down to third potentially, that actually shifts in favor of not just William, who's now racing right now, but also with Michael, who's got to get himself a win and pole. This is going to be pretty pivotal here.
Absolutely, yeah. I think 100% if you're William watching this, you're thinking, well, I absolutely need to maximize here on a pole position and a win, because I think that would make him the overall winner here, because Alexandro is definitely the guy fighting him there. But with this sort of result, especially if he goes down to P3, it's not looking good for him. So the name of the game here, obviously, as Michael has demonstrated, is just to get that clean air, pole position, and then you're good to go.
And guys, let's go ahead and talk a little bit about what's going on here. We got a battle for P5 with Christopher. That kind of sprinkled out of nowhere there. I wonder if Christopher made a mistake because the gap between him and Aaron was well over a second. So now we got a battle on our hands for P5. But as we take a look at this battle here, Rocco, I want to ask you a question. As a Spec Miata racer yourself here, as Jer in the background there hits the wall, unfortunately. As a Spec racer yourself here, if you're looking at Aiden and Alex, right? You know you're not going to catch Michael. It's grown to over 7 seconds, and you know you have a pretty comfortable margin between yourself and P4. It's about 6 seconds. When you get close to him, do you risk the side-by-side battles? Is that a big enough upside to send it, or do you still want to play the draft game just to be on the safe side till the clock runs down a little bit shorter here?
Well, right now the gap is pretty comfortable with 6 seconds, and it would take a lot of work for Luis in about 6 seconds or 6 minutes, I should say, to put down a second every single minute. And also with Aiden being behind Alexandra, what I used to do a lot in Spec Miata was if I had no need to pass just yet, I would just fill up his mirrors and just try to scare him a little bit, force him into a mistake so I don't have to work as hard. So where he is right now is perfect. If he can really pressure Alex, second is basically already his as long as Alex makes those mistakes. But if Alex can keep his head on his shoulders, keep these laps super clean, maybe he can stick with it. I mean, once he's passed, it's not like, as long as he doesn't go off track, he's not going to be gone and he's not going to be able to use the draft off the Aiden. But right now, Aiden, all he should really do is just try to fill up Alex's mirrors and not make a move.
We're going to shift our attention back over to the battle for P5. We'll check in with Alex and Aiden here in just a second. But right now, this is the closest battle on the track right now. Guys, this is all about mentality now, right? Because if you're Aaron, who's defending P5, or Alex, who's defending P2, you have 4 minutes left, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it is quite a long time around this track, and your mirror is filled with that guy who's chasing you down. How, Tony, do you focus ahead and kind of ignore those external factors that you just can't control sometimes?
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things is just being aware of when to look at the mirrors. I think that when you're coming down the straightaway right about now is when you're looking in your mirrors, checking out, getting a good idea of the gap. If I'm in the driver's seat right now and I see how far back he is, I'm not going to go on a defensive line because there's no point to waste all that extra area away for no reason. I'm going to wait until he's very close to me. So I think the name of the game is when you're in the middle of the corners, not really checking your mirrors too much, maybe just down the straightaways, making sure your concentration is keeping it going. Otherwise, one small mistake and you invite it in, right? But that's also the pressure of driving at these levels. It's very tricky and not as easy as it sounds to just say, oh, don't make any mistakes.
Absolutely. It's so easy for us to critique and criticize from here in the booth, literally, but out there, right, where it's this diverse of a group of people from, again, drifters, go-karters, sim racers, drive coaches. You're literally battling against some of the most talented people. As we go wide with Christopher down the hill, you're literally battling some of the most talented people in Southern California, so it is a lot tougher, to your point here, Tony, than said. We're now looking at less than 3.5 minutes on the clock here, as again, Christopher and Aaron hold the closest battle. The battle with Alex and Aiden for that final, or I should say second spot on the podium there, is now kind of stabilizing down to about a second, but we'll see how everything kind of shakes out here with 3 minutes left to go. And remember, guys, this is the penultimate round, so the final round of the night is Indy cars at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. A little kind of tribute and a mock of the Indy 500. That race, if I remember from last year, is a giant wild card. So if you want to make sure you get as many points as you can, you want to do it in a race where you have a lot of control like this one, not as much with the wild craziness that we're going to see in the next round. As we see Christopher looking on the outside, but Aaron's hanging pretty tough through this corner here. Tony, I mean, what does Christopher do here? If the pace is pretty similar, where does he make the move? Does he outbrake someone? Does he do anything? How is this going to shake out?
Yeah, 100%. I think it's pretty difficult, especially on this track here, to try to get ahead. I think how Rocco mentioned with the previous people here with Alex and Aiden, you're just trying to fill up their mirrors, see if they can make a mistake. I think the trouble here is that he's trying a lot of different lines, but you'll notice he begins to overdrive the car. He's pushing too wide. A lot of these corners, while they are very long and have elevation changes, it's a little bit hard to see, but they also have a lot of banking to them. So the further away you wash out from that camber, the worse the car is going to perform. So I think if I'm Christopher in this situation, I'm just trying to dial back my entry speed just a little bit and try to focus on the exits. And right as we say that, he does exactly that.
They're going to go side by side down the hill. This is going to lead into a downhill left-hander. We've seen this before. This is where it could get a little chaotic. Aaron's going to try and outlast him. He's going to try and do the over-under, but Christopher's going to have the better angle and the better run out. P5 is going to shift to Christopher. Looks like this battle for the time being is going to be won by Christopher. Let's shift now back to P2 and 3. This is for second and third. As we see now at the right time, Aiden and Alex make contact. They go side by side. They are still side by side all the way through this section here. Alex is going to have the advantage, although he hasn't shut the door completely. Here comes Aiden. Big send on the inside. Beautiful racing as we see Gier kind of still play wild card here. They're going to go side by side across the start finish line. This is going to be the white flag lap here, guys. I think we're going to have ourselves a photo finish for that final spot on the podium, or second to final spot on the podium here. Side by side for a whole sector here. The car on the outside will usually have a better exit by carrying that momentum, so Aiden's going to stay alongside. Next corner coming up is a left-hander, so it is Aiden's advantage here, but let's see if Alexander can hold it. He cannot, and slots in right behind there for P3.
Now, let's say we're in Vegas here and we have to bet on one of these two gentlemen. Who are you taking in this situation, guys?
That's a really good question. I'm going to take whoever's ahead leading down the back straight. We have said that back straightaway plays a big factor in the draft as they go side by side down the back side of the hill here. I'm going to take whoever leads coming out of this final corner. We've seen it time and time again. I don't know if there's going to be enough for a draft, but here we go. Time to find out as we see Alex Stalking Aiden, he is going to go side by side. He's going to use a lab car as a box. This is going to be pretty crafty. If that lab car gets out of the way, that would be the right move, but that is a pretty crafty move. 100 IQ points here, 1,000 IQ points to Aiden. If he could use that to his advantage, they are going to go side by side. Oh my goodness, that lap car's got to get out of the way. But it looks like Alex is going to take over the lead. Here we go, coming down to the final set of corners here. Aiden's going to have to set this up. He's going to have to go big set here, guys. He's going to have to use the bumper.
Risky there.
And he doesn't. It is a really, really fun battle, but it is going to go to Alex on the final lap. Nicely done, gentlemen. Michael, by the way, has taken the lead. Aiden's going to go down to P2. Let's take a look at this final battle here between Aaron and Christopher. Looks like Christopher is going to win this battle. He's going to come across the line with that final top 5 position. Aaron will go to P6. And Matt with a hard-fought P7. Guys, that was a pretty exciting finish. And again, big picture-wise, this is going to definitely swing in the favor of Michael.
Alexandro being boxed in with that back marker actually benefited from the draft. You saw him kind of pull further on down the straightaway, and then from there just pinched it off perfectly where he needed to, holding on a second position. So really good job from him.
Well, guys, what a fun race that was. You guys can see it all comes down to minimal battling as we see a little bit of contact between Matt and Lewis at the end. Don't know what all that's about, but guys, that was a really, really fun one to watch. All right, you guys, if you guys are tuning in, we are going to take a small break here. We'll resume with the rest of the racers for the second half of Mosport, then we'll head to our final round in Indy. Stay tuned. All right, everyone, welcome back to the Boost Foundation Classic. We are now looking at group number 2 here, qualifying for their race. After this race, we are going to announce and split the groups up based off of who is in contention for the overall, which should be pretty exciting. But guys, looking at this list here, remember a couple of key players that are going to be really fun to watch here. We have Jacob, who is currently on screen in the 56 car. Remember, he finished P2 in his race. In the 58 car, this orange one here is William. He won and got pole in the first race of the night. And we also look at Josh, runner-up in the second Road Atlanta race. So a lot of P1s and P2s from Road Atlanta battling it out. Should be a really fun one here, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. I think William definitely the favorite here. He does do some Spec Miata in real life. In fact, I believe, Nate, he's actually raced against you before. But definitely, I think we'll have an advantage here for this race since he does have a pretty clear reference. But he is actually going very wide there, so I think he's still getting accustomed to this track. Maybe he does not know it, which could play against him.
And remember, guys, this is, again, qualifying, so this is their first time seeing it. We're already seeing a pretty high pace as we have a new contender here, Dylan, who finished 4th in the first race of the night, currently at P1 with a 33.1. A little bit of a underdog there, but pretty cool to see a new face on top of the charts as we see a full second all the way down to Josh.
Yeah, definitely. Fields coming together nicely here. That mid-pack, once again, only about 0.4 of a second between them, William and Josh there. But yeah, very interesting track to drive. We saw William go a bit wide, middle sector of the circuit there. It's a track that requires you to carry a lot of momentum pretty much everywhere, and it's very unrewarding if you go too much. As you can see Dylan there just going a little wide on the double right-hand turn. You can see very punishing if you do overdo things here. So it's definitely a tricky balance that you'll need to strike lots of high-speed corners, 4th, 5th gear corners that you're going through. Quite a challenge for these drivers.
Absolutely, and I do want to kind of point out as what just happened there. So if you spin or go into the grass, there is a reset button on your steering wheel. If you feel like you're on a bad lap, just not in the rhythm or anything like that, there's a reset button on these steering wheels that will allow you to head straight into the pits and go for another run. Looks like Dylan is still rolling on out, but he might have a chance at maybe one more lap, although he's got to go right now if he wants to set one up, or he might be satisfied with his lap right now, as it is still over 7/10 to P2 with William here. So Dylan looking pretty strong here.
And yeah, if you did a 10th one again, you get one lap in, 7/10 clear. It might be better to save the energy for that race.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing here is that Dylan on the Cup car race there with the Porsches, definitely, I mean, he was in contention, he was putting some fast times down, but I mean, you saw how dominant William was in that race, and now there's about a 0.7 of a second gap, which is a lot. I'm wondering if, Dylan maybe had a draft or really just put down that good of a lap time here, so that would be pretty impressive if that's the case.
Absolutely. As we take a look at William finishing his run here, he's going to have one more crack at it. Going down a little bit further back, we take a look at P6, surprisingly, here with Jacob. And remember, guys, Jacob was the winner of last year's event. He had a solid P2 in round number 1, but a little bit shocked to kind of see him this far down. Not that 6 is bad or anything like that, but definitely from the defending champ of this event, be interesting to see if he could carve his way through, assuming that he doesn't improve on this next lap here.
Yeah, pretty interesting stuff here. And then, of course, right behind him here, Matthew Justman taking the reins with a 136.1. Which is honestly very solid. I know that he has this course pretty new to him as well. We're actually doing awesome practice the other day. Nate, myself, Aaron, and Matt, we were doing some of this with the Boxsters in a set of course. A very fun combo. But I think, honestly, very strong showing here from Matthew, despite not knowing the track extremely well.
Absolutely, and as you take a look now, the time has fully expired in qualifying. Dylan is looking pretty strong here. It's going to take a mega lap out of any one of these guys. They're going to have to pick up pretty much a second to even contend with it, but really cool to see someone who didn't even podium in the original races being kind of a new threat for the overall here tonight, guys. As goes a little bit wide, but still impressive showing.
Yeah, very much so, and it goes to show the differences in driving style that can benefit or disadvantage those guys as we go through. Once again, very much a momentum track, lots of min speed need to be carried here, so could be a good race.
Absolutely, and as time has fully expired, it is going to be official. Dylan is going to take the pole, which is a bonus point for him in the overall contention, followed by William, Daniel, Jacques, and David. Dylan actually ran probably the fastest lap of the entire session so far here in both groups, so a huge statement made, and should be pretty exciting here. If it's anything like it was in the first race, it's all going to be pretty chaotic in the first set of laps, but if you escape through, you might have your shot at winning it.
Yeah, absolutely, and just to remind you guys that in the previous race, we do have some professional sim racers, right? That is by trade their job, and it's pretty impressive to see that Dylan here. I'm actually not sure of his credentials and background, but it's really impressive that he's able to put down a lap like that. That's actually faster than the previous two. So maybe we'll have a good race here, but he has to show that he can be good under pressure like William was in his race. So let's see how it's going to unfold.
Absolutely. Looks like everyone is ready and excited to go. You can see some of the headlights flashing here. We got a total of 3, 4, 5, 6 lights. And here we go for race number 2, and you can see everyone gets off to a good start, although a couple of back markers actually didn't end up going that quickly. A ton of headlights being flashed from Ps 4, 5, and 6, but a much cleaner start overall for the entire group here. Well done, everyone. Looks like Dylan has on points the lead, but it is a solid train of about maybe the top 8 cars here, guys, nose to tail, as we got William already pressuring Dylan. Dylan goes on the defensive. Williams going to just send it in there, but not enough. Everyone is still going side by side all the way through. Nice clean run so far. I don't see any chaos as far as anything goes. Jacob F. further on in the back is around, but we'll get to him in just a second. As you guys can see, we got a ton of side by side action. It's going to be interesting heading into this back section here, guys.
Yeah, definitely. This top 5 battle is shaping up to be quite spicy. A little bit of a bobble from Dylan there, under a lot of pressure from William here. And look about a 3-car draft down the back straight here, looking to probably be some spiciness coming into the next corner. Strategy is going to be an interesting talk here for that top 3. They really are going to try and, if I were them, try to avoid any too much of crazy racing here. They've got a good gap to the guys behind who are now
ideally going to 3 wide. They made contact. They are 3 wide. Sorry to cut you off there, Nate. 3 wide. Entering the lead. That's no way that's going to work. William is going to drift it. He keeps it going, though. He is in third. He is not out of this. He gets fired up and hit by Jacob, which actually hurts Jacob and Daniel more than it does William. He is right back in it. It is a complete mess all the way through. Those top 2 cars, though, just like you said earlier, Tony, won a lottery ticket. As we see Josh now going on the inside of Dylan. They're going to go side by side. I don't know, if I was them right now, I'd be working together and just minimizing the battling, because right now it is still just those front two leading the pack here, Tony.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, William's shown in the past that 2 seconds is not a lot for him. I don't think the decision making was quite good on his part. If you're 3 wide in that situation, you should immediately, you know, something should be telling you maybe this is not great. We see some contact here with an amazing save there. That was actually
unbelievable.
Very nice.
This is exciting racing. You can hear the audience in the room here going nuts. This is some pretty exciting racing. Josh is actually going to get the lead here. Remember, he finished second. As we take a look further down, looks like we got a person spinning around right now, but we're going to go back to the lead here. And guys, through all that chaos, William isn't technically out of it. He is still P3 right now.
And yeah, William already closed the gap by about a half second. Dylan and Josh looking like they might want to start working together now. A little bit of a bump draft there from Dylan there as they get into the groove of things. That mid pack back there looking spicy. Couple of cars side by side. Quite a good race so far.
Absolutely, as the front two purple cars are working together. You can see now, I think they have the same mentality here. Yes, they could probably go trading pain and going side by side, exchanging the lead, but that gets you nowhere. There's no upside to that. And I think they're going to try and work together and kind of run away from the pack here, considering how aggressive William was in the first set of corners there.
Yeah, I think that was kind of his downfall there, is being so aggressive. I mean, it's pretty much the start of the race, and obviously it gives us quality entertainment to watch, but on his side, it didn't necessarily put him in a good spot for here. Now, obviously the race isn't over. We still have 16 minutes remaining. I think Josh and Dylan need to keep that in mind, as they look like they're about to go side by side here.
Yeah, so. Dylan just gave Josh a little bit of a shunt middle of the corner. They're going to go side by side. This is killing their momentum. And ever so slowly, William is now shrinking the gap. It was just a couple corners, 2.2 seconds. It is now down to 2.5. He picked up 7/10 just in those sets of corners alone.
And yeah, this is not looking good for them. They're going to need to kind of make a decision here of whether they're going to work together or not, because at the end of the day, that pack back there is not as far back as they might seem at the moment. These cars connect together for a bit of a bump draft. That time can dwindle down quite quickly, so we're going to need to see some good decision making here.
Absolutely. We're going to take a look at some action a little bit further back in the pack as Evan and Jacob. Funny enough, we actually know a guy random here named Evan Jacobs, but Evan and Jacob are going to go side by side here. And you can see they are kind of fighting it out now. They're going to have to focus forward and minimize the bumping. We'll take a look back at the leaders as they're going to go side by side on the exit. Gentlemen, I don't know. This might not be the smartest thing, as we got a little bit of a wreck back there. I see Evan, Julian, Matthew is going to avoid the wreck. It looks like a couple cars got collected. Jacob, who was last year's champ, got collected in that as well. And as we go back to the leaders now, Dylan is now in P2. And again, William ever so slightly. 14 minutes is more than enough time to shrink that gap down. And he is working as we get another shunt by Josh and Dylan. I don't know. This might be bump drafting done a little bit irresponsibly here. They're going to go side by side down the hill. The gap, guys, to William is now less than a second. William might not even need to pass these guys the way they're racing here, Tony.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if this was Formula One, they'd already have 17 penalties. But, this is why we love the Miatas, is that you can bump and run a little bit, have some context. But absolutely, William here is rubbing his hands together. I mean, just last lap, he was up to 1.8 seconds, and now it's just 0.8. And now he's actually in the draft of both cars here. So, again, they have to make a decision, work together or not. But it seems like they are taking the latter approach.
Either way, I will say on a plus side, this is some very, very exciting racing here. Smart racing or not racing, this is some very, very exciting racing. As the lead changes once again, we're going to go back to Dylan now at the lead of the group here. And again, William is just licking his chops as Dylan gets really sideways on the exit of that corner. He saves it. And, William's going to go 4 off into the gravel. He's going to save it, though, and still keep his foot in it and keep it together. This is pretty exciting stuff here, gentlemen.
Yeah, very much so. Non-stop battling from the front. William and Daniel, David as well. Kind of, yeah, like Tony said, rubbing their hands, biding their time. This battle is not stopping. Every single straightaway, there's some form of bumping, some form of side-by-side action. It's only a matter of time before third through fifth join the party here.
Absolutely, and as you can see, guys, we still have over 13 minutes. That's a huge amount of time before everything starts, winding down to the checkered flag here. There is more than enough time for any one of the top fives, based on how this race is going, to get it. As Dylan sends it real deep, he's going to go 4 off on the outside. That's going to kill his exit. He's going to go 2 wheels off. Let's go ahead and take a look and see how Williams is going to close that gap.
Both cars off the track. That slows you down a lot. You can see William is right there. He's fully in the draft now. That's a third car involved. If he gets involved in the RG Barker here, that's 2 more cars right on their way in the next couple laps here.
Absolutely, and I'm going to shift from the live action here slightly to you, Nate, here. You said William was part of the Racing Prodigy Sim program here. Do they teach you guys anything about car control? Because how he kept his foot in that draft, or in that drift, I should say, without losing control of the car and staying with it and still having a shot at this thing is something that I want to say may be unteachable.
Yeah, definitely. Car control to that level is something that has to be learned. With Racing Prodigy, you had to qualify and be in the top 40 fastest lap times in the world, and William was clearly able to do that. Not a very easy thing to do, and to even extract that much pace out of a car requires a great car control skill set on that front. As we hear some cheering from the background, pops a little bit of contact in the mid-pack as we see Julian falling back there.
Yeah, I think the biggest question here is that once William begins to reel them in with a couple tenths more, the question, oh wow, there's a little bits of car spun out there, doesn't seem to affect him. But once William actually closes the gap here a little bit further, is what is he going to do? Is he going to try to go for an overtake? Because if he then sucks into their pace and can't seem to pass them, then that's only going to get positions 4 and 5 closer to them as well.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, if I'm William, I actually like where I'm at right now. Sitting back, Daniel's kind of holding that 2.5 second gap here. Looks like he just made a mistake, almost increasing up to 3 seconds there. As this race goes later, Dylan and Josh are only going to have their elbows out more and more and more as time goes on. So if I'm William, I think he's in a really good spot to just kind of sit back and enjoy the show for the moment.
Absolutely, and as you can see, the top 3 guys are definitely separating themselves from the rest of the pack. We're going to shift the camera angle slightly down to the bottom of the top 5 here as we see Daniel and David going at it for their top 5 positions here. And guys, we've been talking a lot about how Williams slowly closing in onto the draft and things like that, and the battling between P1 and P2, but really these guys are probably going to be in a good position themselves. I haven't seen a lot of side-by-side action with them. They look like they're content. They're building up a gap between themselves and P6, and don't be surprised if one of these guys end up on the podium as well.
No, definitely won't be surprised. I'm expecting quite a bit of chaos from that top 3 once we enter about the last 5 to 6 minutes of this race. As you can see, both cars, first and second, a little wide, side-by-side action as we come into here, a little bit of a position change. And once again, that just gives William the chance to just stay right with him. William doesn't have to use his tires as much. He doesn't have to drive super aggressively. He can very, very happily sit back and, as I mentioned, enjoy the show. We'll have to see how this plays out.
So far, I will say this has definitely been the most exciting race of the entire night. This is probably, the 16th time these guys have traded the lead. And again, it's still at a fast pace. That was a 1:33.3 lap time by all of them. But now William has definitely joined the party. And in fact, the gap between second and third is actually now smaller than the gap between first and second. I wonder now, guys, if William and Dylan start going at it, if Josh, who again finished second at Atlanta, starts stepping away and going for the lead. There was a huge run by William and David. I'm surprised that, Daniel. I thought Dylan was going to lose complete control of it here, guys.
Yeah, it looked like an attempt at a bit of a bump drop there. I'm not sure if Dylan wanted to go defensive while William had a bit of a different mentality to try to help him out. Just a little bit of sideways action here. Good run out of the corner for both cars there. Might give him a small push down the front straight, but we'll see how these things play out in the turn 1 here.
Absolutely, and again, guys, this is now the 5th time that we've said it, but we are still well over 8 minutes left in this race. That's a ton of time. We're pretty much at the halfway point, and it looks like the action still hasn't fully died down yet. Now the top three are all nose to tail, and guys, I wonder if this is going to be a little bit too early to start sending it, but it looks like William's not going to hold anything to him. They're going to go side by side. William is now going to take over second position as he tries to box out Dylan, which he does, although there's some contact there. Total fair racing. I don't think there is anything too sendy or too aggressive there, but guys, William is not messing around. He just wants the lead, and he wants to run away from these guys as they get a big hit. We're going to Josh go sideways through, and Josh is going to have to refire and refocus, and here they are. They're going to go 3 wide on the exit. David is on the outside. Daniel is now into P3, and William, through all of that, is now going to take the lead. Unbelievable, guys. That was a huge shunt by Dylan. That may warrant a penalty. We're going to have to take a look at that afterwards here, but that was controversial, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was a little bit naughty from him there, and completely ruined his race and the other race. I mean, gifting William the win here. I think William by himself actually would have sent the move there, and he actually would have benefited there. But unfortunately there, Josh came in out at the bottom out of all that.
Really great racing action here in the mid-pack now, as where Josh is on him back to.
Absolutely, and
more
guys,
side-by-side action as we come into turn 1. What's it going to be here? He's going to try to stick around the outside so he can carry the extra bit of momentum. So he just about clear of Daniel there. Oh, not quite. While the inside for turn 2 here. Can he get both of the moves done? Not quite, just one. And yeah, he's going to have his work cut out for him if he can get by this pack to make his way back up.
absolutely, and now Josh is finding himself in a world of hurt here. He is now not even on the podium as we speak, and just a lap ago he was leading this thing, but he's going to now have to start separating himself from 4th and 5th. And as we're talking, guys, William is just going to a lead, as now we have Josh going into the back of David. David saves it, no harm, no foul there, although that's going to kill his exit, and they're all going to be nose to tail once again. You could cover a blanket under these 3 go-karts, Back Miatas here.
MX-5 Cup cars, actually. But as we continue ahead here, Josh and Daniel, looks like Josh is giving him a bit of a push, or Daniel's giving him a bit of a push here. I take that back. Josh giving him a bit of a push, Josh and David, I should say. Looking like he'll probably try to make a move here on the inside of this next corner here. And if it were me, I'd definitely be looking to do that, but it looks like he's going to bide his time, stay behind for a little bit longer here. Perhaps a pass set up for the front straightaway. But yeah, he's going to have to dispatch David as soon as he can, at least get himself another podium spot, maybe have a chance at clawing things back to Dylan. But at the moment here, Rasmussen seems to be holding that gap quite nicely at 2.5 seconds. Like I said, biding his time, saving his energy in that earlier part of the race after Dylan and Josh have just battled it out lap after lap. I think William has now got a little more in the tank now at this point in the race.
Absolutely, and I will say, if William pulls this win, that is going to be the most stylish win that we have seen in probably both years. We haven't seen someone win the race by a slide, and now you guys can see this is going to be pretty exciting as we have the top 5 really fighting it out for those last couple of spots here. As we see David and Josh make some contact here, that's going to leave some room for Daniel. Fantastic racing overall here, Tony.
Yeah, 100%. The racing is looking very close, and that's exactly why you have to be careful in these tighter sections here. You definitely don't want to be going too wide through there often, or else it's really going to kill your run, as you can't really open up the steering wheel as quickly as you'd like. You can't get on the gas as quickly as you'd like, and all that means just less miles an hour at the end of that straightaway.
Absolutely. And, you know, even though we said this is a battle for the final step on the podium, second isn't too far out of the realm here. We have Dylan in view, so David there could be in the catbird seat, especially if these two guys start battling here, but some really exciting stuff. Small notes that are not on camera right now. William is building up that gap. It's now going to be 3 seconds, so he's just extending the gap. Also, small note, Jacob Reese, who was the winner last year overall, is now P8, so maybe we saw something happen to him. So tough race for him there. But you guys can see now the final 5 spots are starting to form themselves, and Josh, who is leading this race, led most of the race, I will say, is starting to find himself in a little bit of a tight and difficult situation here.
Yeah, definitely down to 5th place. Looks like he's going to get the move done here on Daniel. About a second back from David, who he was battling with earlier. David was able to hold him off quite nicely there. About 3.5 minutes left. Could have a chance to claw things back and have one more attempt at it, but this is damage control for Josh at this point.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting. I think pretty much a gift here for William at the end of it all. I mean, Dylan and Josh, of course, they were getting pretty antsy for most of the race, so you can almost feel it brewing. I know if you're William, like Nate was saying, you're almost just kind of biding your time there, and you almost don't even want to go for the move because you see how aggressive they're getting with each other. You're immediately thinking these guys are probably going to wreck each other, and the irony is that William actually got in between them, but then they still hit each other and gifted him the lead position here. So pretty interesting stuff unfolding.
Yeah, definitely, Tony. And, you know, William, despite incident in beginning lap of the race, really great save there. About his time well. And if I was him, I would have made that decision to really try to get on by them. They clearly were never going to stop battling, and just because you enter the mix doesn't mean anything's going to change. Your best decision point at that point is either stay behind, which is not always ideal, or, and we have a spin from David in P3.
No, that is actually a lap car. And they're going to try and get it back going. That was almost catastrophic for William there. But he escaped. Close call, though, wouldn't you say, Nate?
Very much so. Apologies, yeah. For some reason, they all the blue cars share the same car number, which I'm now realizing. But as we continue ahead, yeah, really good dodge on that front. And, you know, what's nice is he's built up a good gap, about 3 seconds now. You can afford to take that extra bit of time, make sure he navigates around that stuff successfully.
Absolutely. All he has to do is bring it home, and he is going to find himself winning not one but 2 races, really setting himself up well as the front runner heading into the final couple of races of the night here. He's going to probably have one more lap after this. He's probably going to come to the white flag in just a couple of corners here. But guys, like I said, if he does end up winning this thing, that may have been the most impressive drive of the night. We've seen guys go from last to maybe about 5th. Some guys get knocked down to 8th, maybe about 7th. But we haven't seen someone get knocked sideways, stay in it, drift a whole corner, only fall to 3rd. I don't think he even really lost any positions, and then drive out to end up taking the overall win by a substantial margin. This is a impressive run here.
Yeah, very much so. Really won the war of attrition here. With just about likely one more lap to go here. It looks like he's going to be finishing it off strong. There's a little bit more of a mid-pack battle starting to brew here between Josh, Daniel, and David here. All starting to get their elbows out. This is going to be some chaos here.
And for those of you guys who are wondering, when the clock ticks down, it will be the white flag. So this isn't like motocross or supercross where after the clock ticks down, there's maybe like 2 laps to go. We are probably on the final lap right now. So this battle right here is going to have to get aggressive if they want that final spot on the podium.
Yeah, you can see definitely as they're coming around the corners, the weight transfer of the car, yeah, they're on the brakes hard, they're really fighting for it, and they've been side by side now. Oh, here we go, up, down this crest here, and they're coming into the next corner, a very tight one. But again, they got to think of what comes after this. It's going to be a big straightaway, and they're pretty much going 3 wide.
They make contact! Oh, they're going to go sideways! Josh is going to hang on to it! Daniel and David are going to have to scratch forward. But that is exactly what they didn't need to do, and that just may have cost both David and Daniel that final spot on the podium there, as Josh is going to cruise to a 3rd. Obviously, all of this will be replayed and reviewed. Race officials may deduct a couple of points and things like that for the overall, but that is pretty crazy. We're going to focus now our attention to William. An amazing drive. Round of applause for William here. He is going to take the win by not only a substantial margin, but with a lot of confidence. I mean, if that didn't rattle your cage, I don't know what will. Great job to William. Dylan's going to cross the line. Josh is going to go over in P number 3. Then Daniel and David will round out your top 5. Some pretty exciting stuff here, folks.
Definitely, and we see William there getting a little sideways, but pretty impressive stuff here. I think that would put him overall as the leader, just given that, unfortunately, in the last one there, some interesting things happening. But yeah, William here in P1, I think overall it's going to be cool to see how this is going to unfold in the next race, because I think all the contenders are going to be in the same server. So how is that going to go here on the Indianapolis 500?
Yeah, Tony, I think it's going to be a very spicy time. It seems like they've really done a great job with the order of races here, starting off with what I call a couple of track day races in the GT3 Cup Series. Not a whole lot of racing going on, but as we get to these MX5 Cups, things have really just livened up. Coming up to the Indy 500 next, I can't imagine what kind of chaos we're going to see there. So,
absolutely. Well, guys, we're going to take a short break here while we wait for the next race to get started. Yeah.
All right, everyone, and for the final time, welcome back to the Boost Foundation Sim Classic. Jonathan Sugianto alongside Nate Del Carmen and Rocco Ruzic. We're here for the final event. This is my favorite one. Last year, it came down to the final race of the night. Per tradition, we are going to keep the exact same format for the final race because of how fun it was. It is the Indy cars at, of course, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, mimicking the Indy 500. And this is pretty interesting. Overall, we have probably the top 6 to 7 in the standings, split down the middle to give everyone a fighting chance, and everyone is very well realistically and mathematically able to do well. I will say right now the leader is William Rasmussen, followed by Alexandro, Michael, Josh, and Dylan, but the gap between those 5 is not that big. And gentlemen, we are looking at probably one of the more unique races of the night, in the sense it's an oval, but drafting and staying out of the wall is going to be key, because just like last year, there is damage involved in this one.
Yeah, I think as Casey mentioned, about 25% possible wing damage, so talk about keeping your nose clean, very much going to be a vital task to maintain here. As lap times are following in, obviously a very short oval track, laps are going to be expected to be quite close together. But this qualifying order can still be quite important. It can be tricky to move up through a field like this when everyone's going to be boxed in together for probably likely the entire race. So drivers looking to really make sure to be as precise as possible in this quali. Every little spot will count here.
And I tell you what, guys, not to sound the alarm just yet, but William in the 24 car here is currently P15. He is probably going to jump up in some spacing right now, but he is the overall standings leader. He's going to jump up to P5. He still has a few more runs in him, but he is going to want to really defend against some guys like Michael and Dylan in this race here. As we take a look at Michael, he is currently P6, and this is what I'm talking about here, guys. We have some guys that are kind of scattered all across right now. Not a lot of people kind of know where they stack up, but we have some heavy hitters in this one. And you can see William, Michael, who are in the top 3 in the overall, are actually maybe towards the center of the pack, where guys like Josh and Daniel, who are maybe a little lower in the pack, could really benefit from some extra points, especially if they get pole here.
Yeah, definitely a different discipline here. Different way of attacking the corner, really prioritizing that exit. You can see Lewis up there in the front, so a very huge switch up in the field here. So looking forward to a very exciting race.
Definitely, and as you can see, only about 37 seconds left in quali. They have shortened down the time span for these last 2 races, which means a lot less time to make that lap happen. Now, obviously, it's a shorter lap, but with these 4 corners here at Indianapolis, it requires a lot of precision, a lot of really small steering inputs to make sure you're not scrubbing too much speed, make sure you're not having the car get upset underneath you throughout this. It's a tricky balance to strike. As we have
I just want to take a look at what happened there. This is exactly what I'm talking about. When you get behind someone, you will pick up dirty air, hit the wall, and spin. So qualifying ahead of the pack is going to be so important. And I mean, it is going to be vital. Absolutely vital to stay out of trouble. When you're behind someone in this kind of a draft with Assetto Corsa, it gets very difficult. Guys, we are going to have ourselves a wild and crazy 15 laps with Luis getting the pole. That is going to be pretty exciting, to say the least.
Michael putting it there in second, huge there for the points lead and championship, because you can see Williams still down 9th. A lot of work to do there in this race.
And that's always the trickiest part about oval qualifying. You know, as a road racer myself, I've done some league racing in ovals. The way you extract time, the way you find time is quite different. You're now trying to more or less optimize 2 to 4 corners, which means the field naturally comes closer together. As you can see, the top 10 only separated by under half a second there. As Donald was mentioning, that dirty air is going to be a really big factor. A lot of good drivers all the way through that top 10. It's going to be a lot of work to see if they can sort their way through the field here.
And guys, look what happened. Louise qualified on pole, got a bonus point, and he's already jumped from 8th to about 7th in the overall. He is very much in contention for this prize. And we also are taking a look at William right here in the 24 car. He comes in as the overall leader, but he is down in 9th. in a very, very dangerous area where there's going to be a lot of chaos. Very unpredictable here, guys. Very, very unpredictable. The most consistent of all, though, is if you take a look at the 08 car of Michael here. He has qualified on the front row. He comes into the final round third in the overall standing, so he could use a good finish. And I think for him, if he gets that clean air, Nate, it could be home free for him.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, you'll be taking the outside row here, but everything is possible once you're on the front row. If I were William, I'd be very careful. Anyone really behind the top 5, that is not a place you really want to be at a race start like this. Crash avoidance is going to be the name of the game in these early laps here, I think.
Is this a standing start or is this a rolling start?
That is a great question, Rocco. This is going to be a standing start. If it was anything like last year, now I may have... they may have changed the rules. Maybe we're aware of something that we're not, or unaware of something that has not been changed yet. But if it was anything like last year, it is a standing start. So an important start to make sure you are in the clear. There's no chaos in front of you. And with damage, with no cautions, any contact whatsoever could be vital to your overall standings for sure.
Yeah, William definitely needs to focus on this start. Even though the race is 15 minutes, this start is vital to his championship.
Most definitely, Rocco. And all I could say is I'm expecting to see a large switch up in this grid order at the beginning. I mean, I think everyone knows what's at stake here, but at the end of the day, all these guys have had about 5 laps to drive this circuit. I'm sure not even half the field has spent a lot of time following another car through the field, dealing with that dirty air. So that dirty air is going to hit and become a surprise for, I think, a lot of people as they get into these early laps here. So I'm expecting to see quite a bit of chaos.
Absolutely. Well, you just heard it in the World of Racing room here. Casey Cook just announced the start of the race. Everyone should be logging in here in just a moment, and in just a few seconds we should get underway here. All right, everyone, we are back, and here we go. The final race of the night. A lot of big contenders. We are 20 seconds away from what could be a very pivotal race. We're looking at William here, who comes in as the overall leader. We're going to keep our eye on him. But all eyes are on Luis. He is on pole. We're about to get started here. There go the lights. 6 lights. And we are off. Everyone gets a good, solid, clean start, especially Daniel, a slow start. David gets the best start of them all, as well as Matthew Justman, who's carving his way through. Everyone going to roll into the first corner here. There are some 3-wide racing battles going on here. We're going to center our eyes on William for the first couple of corners here. He has got to keep it clean for 14 laps and really carve his way through the pack if he wants any shot at the overall here. All eyes are on him. He has full control. He's going to go on the defensive here against Julian. They are going to go side by side as they roll on into the lead here. They are side by side. David looking on the outside of Luis. They're going to make some contact, though. In the back, they are still side by side. A lot of chaos here. Luis is in the lead, but David is hounding him. They are side by side. Guys, this is already off to a wild start.
Yeah, this is looking great. You see David taking huge advantage of that side draft, something you don't do as much in road racing, but very much a clever impactor here. It's just keeping himself right on that rear right quarter Lewis there, as it looks like he might have just gotten ahead here. Wreck from Lewis.
We got a big wreck here. Yeah, Lewis is around. He was on the pole, and he is around. That is going to be really upsetting to see here. He's going to have to get that thing going and straighten out. Remember, there is damage on. There's more chaos up ahead here. We see Nico going wide. William is up to P6 now. And you can see the bottom three, Justin and Matthew Justman, unfortunately had to pit for damage. So a lot of chaos already. David is out into the lead. He's out by a full second.
Yeah, lightning start here from Aaron all the way up into P2. This is the highest position he's been in all 3 of the races, so really good job from him within 0.8 seconds, so he can probably still benefit from the draft in the straight A's while still not falling off too hard in the corners. So he's not super close, not losing much from the dirty air, and he might be able to close the gap here. Closer in, battle from 4th through 6th here. Really tight battling, all within about 0.3 seconds of each other.
And taking a look, looks like Michael makes contact with the wall. He keeps it going. Remember, Michael comes in P3 overall in the standings. He's definitely got some damage, and you can see Daniel is now going to be on his inside. And William here might be looking his chops. He's looking like he's getting a good draft entering turn number 1. He's going to look on the inside of Michael. But it looks like they'll file forward, and William does a great job avoiding the understeer into the wall. Guys, it is so tough with this mod, with this setting, to avoid pushing up into the wall. Let's see if he can claw his way up from here.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a challenge. You know, a bit of a gap built up to the front runners here now. Not too much battling going on ahead, so those top 4 are really just going to be sticking in the draft, trying to just churn out some consistent laps here. So definitely work cut out for them, but very much in the show here.
And looking up ahead, we have David here, who has now gone around a lap car of Justin, who goes way wide. He hits the wall. He flips. I think he glitched out, if I'm not mistaken. A huge accident for Justin. He's going to have to reset. This is already getting wild. So as of right now, we have David, who hasn't won a race yet. He's going to be in P1, Aaron P2, Josh looking pretty solid here in P3. Then we got Daniel. William is now up to P5. He's going to go on the inside of Michael. That might be pretty pivotal for the overall here. But Michael's not going to give it up easily here. He's going to stay full throttle. And let's see what happens, guys.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, well, that battle. Go ahead, Nate.
Just going to say that Michael's definitely not going to let that fly easily. As you can see, William having to go a little bit defensive down the front straight there. Michael's definitely going to stay in his mirrors here, but William's going to have to do his best to just be outside, out of mind, and focus forward up to the next car, Daniel, up there.
Absolutely, and a little bit further back behind Michael, we see Chris here going really wide. I will say, looking at this race compared to the previous race last year, this is a lot more clean. Everyone just kind of minding their P's and Q's, doing a great job of avoiding that push into the wall. And you might have to feather that throttle. A lot of people look at the Indy 500 and they think that they go full throttle. It's a little different in the sim here. You do breathe off the throttle, especially when you develop that understeer and that push from the arrow of the other car in front of you here. Looking in on Aaron in a solid P2. Here's Josh here. Remember, Josh rolls into this round is 6th overall. A 3rd is really going to benefit him, especially when he has his rivals William and Michael in 5th and 6th. So should be really interesting to see how this shakes out. But it looks like everyone now is kind of funneling down single file. We got 10 minutes left to go. Should be very interesting. And Nate, if you're William here, you're probably content with a P5 considering where you fit or where you finished in qualifying. But remember, the other 3 guys who are within the points and the overall, realistically, are going to be in the next round. That's something they can't control. So if they do get Alex or Aiden or Dylan qualifying on pole and winning, that might play a huge factor in the overall.
Yeah, if I'm William at this point, the gloves are off. We are fully pushing, trying to pretty much get every spot we possibly can here. I mean, we're at the time now where it's not really, can't really afford to sit back and relax. This race is shorter. We're only 9 minutes to go here. About a 45-second lap as a huge wreck.
Luis got tagged by Justin, who's just kind of sitting in the middle of the road. Luis has had himself a crazy run here. And we got to get Justin off the track here, guys. He's just kind of sitting there. He might have to hit the reset button as the leaders go by. This is going to be a pretty scary situation as we see Josh and William and Michael go by. That is pretty wild, to say the least here. He might have to hit reverse, try his best to get out of the way from affecting the overall. That was pretty wild there. Oh, and he gets tagged again! What is going on? They were able to get him off. Nico is up and over. Guys, it is so important to see where the reset button is on the car. Otherwise, you're going to affect the race just like that. That is some pretty wacky, crazy stuff there, to say the least.
That was crucial for a lot of drivers. I mean, where he was parked right on the corner exit. A few close calls as he was sitting there. Oh my Lord.
David hitting the wall and flipping over. That means Aaron takes the lead. I have no idea what happened there. It looked like it glitched out. So now Aaron is in the lead, followed by Josh and Daniel. What in the world is going on, you guys? This is crazy.
Josh is losing a bit of momentum here too. Almost 2 seconds back now. It was only a second, and now maybe due to that crash, maybe to avoid David there or not, but he's also getting kind of swallowed here by Daniel and the rest of the field, so we'll see if Josh can hold off Daniel or if Aaron can run away with it here. Big mix-up in the field.
And with that, guys, William is now looking at a top 4 finish. Who knows, with how crazy and wacky this race has been, he might end up on the podium, which is going to be a huge recovery, and that's really going to allow him to have a little bit of breathing room. It's not a full, impossible realm of the world to see someone else snatch the overall, but all eyes are on that 24 car here in P4. Let's shift our attention back out to the lead. Aaron is now running in the lead with 7 minutes to go. That's roughly going to be a little over 7 laps. Call it about 9 laps left in this race. He's got about a 1.3 second gap ahead of Josh. He's just got to keep it nice, smooth, and consistent, and he's going to find himself in victory lane, which will be pretty solid to witness.
Definitely. He hasn't really seen the front row all day long. And now that he has, he seems to be playing his cards nicely, taking little movements down the straightaways, trying to make sure he can break as much of that draft as possible back there to Josh. Maintaining a nice, healthy 1.5 second gap for now. However, we've seen a lot of the upsets that have already gone on in the last few minutes as, a bit of avoidance there as whoever was on there pressed the reset button. Anything can happen out there.
Julian hits the reset button. Yeah, Julian was running P7. He is now down to P8. Oh, and he gets on track at the wrong point. That's huge in case any oncoming people go through. This is starting to be pretty crazy here, guys.
And this is really impressive from Aaron here because, like we said at the very beginning of the stream, he is originally a drifter. Back marker up in front. We'll see if it hold him up. Hopefully not.
Louise is going to hold him up a little bit. That's going to give it Josh a run. It's gonna push, and you can see the arrow push is affecting Aaron. Josh is gonna be right there here, guys. We got ourselves a 3-race battle, 3-car battle for the win. There goes Josh to the inside. Aaron's gonna have to send it. So is Josh. They're both gonna get through, I think. Oh man, this is gonna be an accident. There it is. Oh, big.
Oh wow.
Louise, he is up and over, flipping. I don't even know what is going on anymore. This is crazy stuff. But he played a factor in the overall there. Now we have the top 3 all no steal with 5 minutes left. This is what we want to see here, guys. This is going to be a fun battle to the end here.
Yeah, very much so, Jonathan. And just talking about those rejoins here, we've seen a lot of wrecks just due to cars being slow on track. You guys saw that race start, how slowly they get off the line. These cars are geared to go 200 miles an hour average, more than that even around a circuit like this, which means that first gear is extremely long.
There goes Strauss on the inside. Sorry to cut you off there, Nate. We have a battle for the lead. Josh is going to go on the inside. Overtake! He's going to go wide! He's going to save it. Sly hits the wall. Aaron and Josh are around. Unbelievable. That's impossible. Oh, we have William gets tagged. Oh, no. That's worst case scenario for William. He's around. He has damage. This is crazy. Zachary's in the wall. Aaron gets back going. Daniel is now in the lead. Michael is going to be 2. We're going to keep our eye on William for a second here, guys. This is pretty crucial. He's still in 5th. He can limp it back to pit lane, ask for a reset, and keep on going. But he's going to keep it on the track here, guys. He's got 4.5 minutes to salvage a 5th. That is insane.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm in, sometimes a pit stop might be too costly this late into the race. If he feels like he has enough pace to just salvage a decent finish, then this could be his best move here.
Absolutely. We're looking at him for the time being. He's going to have to limp this thing home. Luckily, no cars around him. A wild and wacky race. This is going to play in the overall, and the benefactor to all this is Daniel Ramirez, who sat 7th on the way in. And as it stands right now, there's going to be a huge shift in the overall points. He might come in clutch right now, guys, as long as he keeps it on the track.
Yeah.
Zachary in P6 is limping. He's going to have to get back going soon. He lets Luis by. I don't know if that car is fully runnable right now. He might have to look into the pits. We're zooming in back on William. He's back up to P4. Everyone seems to be settling everything out. But holy moly, what a crazy turn of events here, guys. Daniel leading with 3.5 minutes left. Unbelievable. He's just going to have to keep it safe. Luis goes, I think Julian is now upside down. He has to reset. This is insane, you guys. This is all sorts of craziness going on. And we have some names in the top 10 that we haven't seen at all throughout the night. So pretty exciting to watch.
Yeah, really impressive run from Aaron there up until that contact, because like I said before, not used to these kinds of disciplines, so for him to lead the race for quite a long time and actually hold up with the leaders was really cool to see. Still running strongly in third, got back up and running. Up in fourth, we have a challenge for fourth place. Josh getting really close side by side now with William.
This is
going
pretty
to take
crucial
that position
here.
Now down the inside.
William's got to be really smart about this. This goes for the overall. They're going to go side by side. That can't possibly end well. They somehow keep it together, nose to tail. And they're going to make it stick. They're going to exit off of turn 4 here. William's going to go on the defensive. And then Josh is going to go out the outside. This is pretty pivotal. Both of them were in the top 6 entering the overall, rolling on in here. This is some wild stuff, you guys.
And yeah, you can see that potential wing damage just costing Rasmussen there. Just can't keep them in speed through the corner. Not much he can do about that, but still keeping his car in one piece. This has been a chaotic race. If he can still bring this back in P5, I think this is going to be a good spot.
Absolutely. It just goes to show you that in order to finish first you must finish, and that is the theme of Daniel here. He has a 3.2 second lead, huge lead ahead of P2 Michael here, who's going to come away with some pretty good points here. Michael came in third overall. This will play a factor for sure here, guys, as we look at about probably a lap and a half, maybe 2 laps left to go in this race here. We have Matthew Justman, our fellow buddy, doing the right thing, kind of pulling over, easing off, not causing too much drama. And that's how you do it, folks.
Yeah, very much so. As we close down to the final minute and 15 seconds.
Oh,
Daniel!
Sorry to interrupt you there. Daniel picked up some arrow push from the car ahead of him. I believe that might be Cameron. And you can see he had to roll out the throttle. That brings Matt Justman back into the running here. Not that that's for position, but Daniel's going to have to race really smart here. He is surrounded by 2 lapped cars. He is going to have to make sure he just avoids any sort of level of disaster. Looks like Cameron in P8 there lets him by nice and safely. So big shout out to them. Although we are going to keep our eye on Cameron. He's drifting a little bit wide there. There's Michael on the inside. He's going to thread the needle, get by them both. And we're probably looking at our last lap here.
Michael carrying so much speed right now. He is slowly gaining on Daniel on the closing again to the final lap here. So now half a second benefiting from that draft in the corner of the dirty air might get him a little bit here, but we'll see if he can close that gap up to Daniel.
Absolutely. This might come down to the final couple of corners here. He is really coming in close here. It's now down to half a second. I don't know how realistic it's going to be, but you never know. He is staying full throttle, full send.
Got one
and it's going to be pretty close. They're going to run out turn number 4, head for home. It's going to be a valiant effort from Michael, but Daniel's going to come in clutch, and he's going to take the win by a nose. Really close finish there, 1/10. That was pretty exciting to watch. Big shout out to Daniel. Aaron's going to complete the podium. Josh rounding turn number 3 here, and then we look at William. And for how chaotic Williams' night has been, from the spin at the other track in Canadian Tire Motorsports Park, pretty much getting collected in a big accident, nursing a damaged car, he's still going to bring it home in a top 5. Make no mistake, he is still very much in the running for the overall. And we're going to see how this all shakes out here after the final race. That was chaotic, guys. How fun was that?
Yeah, that was an awesome race. As you see, more cars still flipping over, so definitely an entertaining race. Probably the most entertaining one of the night so far.
Yeah, absolute chaos. I mean, honestly hard to keep track of what was going on for the middle stint there. So many wrecks, so many spins, so many rejoins. Just makes me more excited for that final race. So we'll take a little break here while we just collect our standings. We'll come back to you guys soon for our final race of the evening.
All right, for the final time, welcome back to the 2025 Boost Foundation Sim Classic. Jonathan Sugianto alongside Nate Del Carmen and Tony Jotev. We are looking at the final 2.5 minutes of qualifying here. This is going to be pretty intense here, guys. We have half the field's overall total results scored. And really, the car that we're going to have to take a look at is going to be this 62 car of Alexandro. He really has a legitimate shot at taking it. All he has to do is finish 4th or better, and he clinches. If he finishes 5th or worse, then it really dictates upon how the other drivers finish to really determine who wins the overall. So if Alex finishes 4th or better, he clinches. If not, it's going to go down to where all the other drivers finished in the field. So a lot to play for, but a huge advantage for Alex. And as we take a look at the last minute and a half here, Nate, if you were him, do you approach this any differently than the other races that we've had so far?
I mean, at this point, I am just flying and qualifying, doing what I can as he just puts a lap, lands in P3. We saw how much chaos was in the last race. It seems that no matter where you really place yourself, you have a chance at encountering some of that. So it's just about being as eyes up as you possibly can. Obviously, crash avoidance, a tricky thing to do here when you're riding at 200 plus miles an hour. Very minimal aero load on the slow downforce trim set. So when you see that conflict up ahead, perhaps on your line, then that means you have very little time, very little opportunity to make a correction and get yourself out of the way of that. So.
Absolutely. And I will say this here, guys. I will say this. This race has a few more cars in it. But remember, there are some names here who are maybe new to sim racing or just feeling it out, having fun. But the fact that no cautions are happening, there's some lap cars that are probably going to be involved in this, just like so. There is going to be some chaos that we have no idea how this is going to play out. I mean, we are looking at a potential complete lottery ticket of a win, and should be really exciting. Looking at Aiden here, Aiden has a shot at the overall too. He is currently 4th heading into the final overall. 4th before, of course, the other racers took place. And notice how Aiden is entering the circuit properly here. So shout out to Aiden for that. He's using the access road. That's the proper way to do it. But should be really exciting to see. And he might clinch a pole here, which would put him in a really, really good spot for the overall. And he does. So Aiden is now on pole for this event. That puts him in a very unique position as well. If Aiden wins this, he could be the overall winner, but again, it depends on how the other drivers finish. So much to play for. Aiden has a shot. Dylan, who's in P8, had a shot as well. Looking at the 12 car here, he had a shot as well. He's going to be lined up mid-pack, though. Tony, that's the danger zone, man. I mean, he's going to have to be really smart, just like William was in that first race.
Yeah, absolutely. William, he got away with a lot there, and Dylan now, he's going to have to wish for some of the same to happen to him, because 8 is right smack dab in the middle. So if anything is to happen, and that's where it's going to go down, I think a crowd favorite here is going to be Jer. I'm rooting for him here, and I just want to see how he's going to do this race.
There it is. So some fan love for Jared, the 88 car. He will probably play a factor in the overall. Not necessarily winning, but just causing a little bit of chaos. And anyways, looking at the overall here, again, Alexandro is going to be really the key factor, the key driver that we're going to want to keep our attention on in that 62 car. He is qualified currently in 6th position. If it was to end like this and he were to finish 6th, that would not get him the overall. He's really got to have to lock in and pass 2 people. But I will say this, though. Jacob, who is currently listed in 4th overall, he might probably not be in the running for the overall tonight, but he definitely wants to end on a win and remind everyone how dominant he was last year. So a lot to play for. We're going to keep our eye on Aiden, Alexandro, and Dylan for this event. 60, 62 car, and 12. Let's take a look and see how this plays out here, guys. So here we go. We got 6 lights on. 5 lights, 6 lights. And we are off. Aiden is now taking the lead, but a great run by Jason.
It's looking pretty good here off the start. I'm almost surprised that there's not carnage here, but that is overall a good thing here. But maybe I shouldn't speak too soon because it looks like these cars
They're
are
going to go side by side right now. And Alexandro playing it really conservative. He's going to be a knife. That might not be a bad strategy, although, of course, as I say that, he's going to make a dive bomb move on the inside of both Matt and JF. JF's going to ride the wall. There's our first incident. JF's going to hit the wall on the inside. He is out of contention of this one. Evan now taking the lead here. We got a good battle here, folks. The top 7, top 8, make that mistake, is all tightly bunched together here. Off to a much smoother start than before. We're going to keep our eye on Aiden here. He's got a little bit of arrow push, but he's sitting solid in second place. Guys, it's 13 minutes of this. How long do you think this big pack of 8 cars is going to last here?
Well, they're settled into the groove right now, which is quite nice to see. But as we've seen already, Donald, we have a spin. We have more chaos happen rearward in the pack. And that means that these guys are looking to encounter some chaos and park cars on track where they shouldn't be. So we little tap of the wall there from...
But Alexandro makes a smart move to the inside. Matt's going to go really high. He's going to have a great run on the exit of turn 4. And he's going to be on the outside. They're going to go side by side entering turn number 1. And again, you guys might be wondering why we're focusing on the battle for 6, but that's again because Alexandro has a huge advantage of taking the overall if he gets 4th or better. But they're still going to go side by side. Matt's going to pinch him off here. And Matt might have gone a little too high. He might have had to bleed out of the throttle. Alex is going to have the run going down there now. Side by side. We're going to get back to this battle here in just a second as we take a look at Aiden, Evan, and Jason, a new name to the top 3 here. Kind of pulling away from the rest of the pack here, guys. I wonder if they're going to have enough of sort of racecraft and strategy to go nose to tail all the way through, as we see already some lap cars exiting pit lane. And there's the first contact. Aiden's going to go really late on the inside. Evan got really high entering turn number 1, but these still all are nose to tail, nice and smooth.
Yeah, absolute chaos. Looks like in the battle with Alexandro and Matt got the short end of the stick here. Not quite sure what happened there, but he finds himself down in 15th now. Alexandro up to P5 with only one more spot to make up. 1.4 seconds back from Jacob there. Anything can happen here, guys.
Absolutely, and here's Jeter in the 88 car. He's going to go in the middle of the road. Barely made it through. Oh my god, that was so bad. Oh, and he unbelievable. That's insane. The top 3 still are together. That was way too irresponsible. We might have to park him for that. That was pretty close. But you guys can see now the top 3 are nose to tail all the way through. And we're still going to be nice and tight. Oh no, Jason's sideways all by himself. He's going to hit the wall. That's going to move Alex up to P4. Oh, and he just...
Crucially, P4 is exactly where he needs to be to win this thing.
Exactly. He just spun out all on his own. Luck is going to be on Alex's side here. And as long as he just stays where he's at or improves, he's going to wrap this thing up with the overall.
Definitely, Jonathan. That's got to be heartbreaking for Jason right there. Just use a little bit too much of that inside curve, and you can see if you look at that curve the wrong way, it's going to hook you. And you just got the short end of the stick on that one. But really good news for Alexander, who now sits in P4. And he should be happy to sit there and just try to avoid the chaos for the next few laps. Now, from the previous race and this one, it's been shown that that can be easier said than done. So he's going to need the eyes up here for the next 10 minutes.
We still have 10 minutes to go, Tony. The excitement is just getting started.
We do, as you mentioned, that was a gift there to Alex, and as my buddy Lawless would say, a NASCAR driver, I'd rather be lucky than good, and that is exactly the position he's found himself in here.
Absolutely, and speaking of luck, Evan somehow was able to get through all that, even with that lap car just going straight across the track into the leaders. And best news yet, I see no lap cars in the way of Evan. He is clear blue sky scaling forward, and all he's got to do, guys, is just keep the consistent runs, not drift up too wide. and he's got this thing in the bag.
Yeah, he's driving quite cleanly right now, but once again, we're just going to have to pray that the rest of the field does much of the same as we see another shuffle back 10th to 12th position there. Looks like everything's looking okay, but...
When we have Jeer going counterclockwise, and he's going to do a burnout in the center, that is insane, unbelievable. And we're going to keep on rolling, looking forward at the top two. Aiden starting pull away. Jacob, who I thought was going to be, not going to lie, a little bit more in contention here. Jacob, really, really strong sim racer. Won multiple championships with World of Racing in their sim league. Sitting in a solid P3, that's going to be a really good way to end up his night. And Alexandro, ever so slightly, is closing in on Jacob.
And looks like Aiden just slowly creeping forward. About 2 laps ago, he's about 7 or 8 tenths back. He's closed that gap up to about half a second now, which on a short track like this is a lot. If he continues to do this each lap, lap after lap, we can expect him to be in Evan's mirrors in a pretty short amount of time here.
Yeah, absolutely, Nate. I think, and you don't want to be looking at your mirrors too long here at 240 miles an hour through these long banked corners, as we saw there with, I believe, Jason. If you get a little bit too on that inside curve, it's going to send you flying in that wall there, doing his best impression of Jay, I believe.
Absolutely, and we have Aiden here in P2. He's mathematically still very much in contention as well. He came into this P4 overall. A win would definitely help, although even if he did win, he'd need to have some luck with some of the other competitors to take the overall. But very much a lot at stake here. He's not going to be content with sitting just in second.
No, definitely, yeah. And with Alexandro in fourth, I mean, he needs to set himself up for success, which means taking that top spot. Alexandra obviously sitting comfortably in fourth, but you never know what kind of chaos can happen. 8 minutes left. Obviously, a bit of a shorter race than we've had in comparison to our road races, but that time flies by in a much slower manner than those races. Anything can happen here.
He got pretty wide on the exit there, and that's what makes it so tough. When you're behind a car ahead of you at this gap, that aero push is really going to set in. People think that you could just stay full throttle like in real life in the Indy 500, but in this particular setup with Assetto Corsa, that aero push is really, really aggressive. You're going to have to breathe out that throttle.
Jonathan, question for you here, someone who's not quite experienced in this stuff. Would it benefit Aiden here to maybe start to deviate his driving line a little bit, start to stay a little bit higher up on the track, avoid that aero wash, keep his momentum up, so you get a better use of that draft down the straightaways? Is that something people do?
Absolutely. The key is going to be on the exits of turns 2 and 4, especially because it leads into a long straightaway. And I think, funny enough, I think that's what Aiden is doing right now. It's just so tricky, though, because you don't want to go so wide on the entry that you lengthen your distance and create a bigger gap, but you don't want to turn in too early and avoid that aero push and understeer on the exit. So a lot of mental games in Aiden's way, but he is definitely closing in. It is now down to 0.4 of a second here. And Casey Cook is in the pits. He may be calling it quits, but shout out to Casey for participating in this race as well. As we got ourselves a battle on the lead here.
And this is going to be shaping up to be something good. A little look up the inside, just trying to fill up his mirrors now. A little bit of aero watching.
That arrow, yep, exactly. He's going to have to breathe out that throttle, which is so frustrating because your initial instinct is to actually accelerate when you're leaving a corner, but with this, you can see even just from this camera angle, those front tires are pretty locked in turn to the other side here. As we do have a run going into turn number 1, he's going to lunge down on the inside. Evan gives him room, but it's not going to create anything here. Well played by Evan there.
Yeah, Evan doing a really good job. Obviously, we still have about at least 7 laps to go here.
Oh, he's going to run here. Evan's going to have to go on the defense. They're going to go side by side. Aiden's going to go on the outside. He's got to run. He's not going to clear him, though. Oh, that's really close. That's really close. Big hit. Aiden's in the wall. Oh, Jacob gets involved too. Alex is going to have to just literally move out the way here. Alex gets through unscathed. Jacob is involved. Oh, we got a big accident behind. I have no idea who's flipping, but I think that's Dylan. Huge implications. Unfortunately, Aiden's out of this one. Jeer's just trying to find his way through. And a lot of chaos set forth here. But unbelievable, you guys. This is why the last race of the night is so important, to just stay clear of chaos.
100%, Suki, and I think in that situation, if their car control was a little bit sharper, maybe they get away with it. I think that's why it's important to go to places like the Porsche Experience Center Los Angeles, to our low friction module, so you can understand what to do in those situations.
That's a great plug, Tony. Absolutely. If you want to learn car control, go to Experience Center Los Angeles. Anyways, looking down at under 5 minutes left to go here, Alex is in the catbird seat. He just needs to avoid the 88 car right there, and he's going to be okay. I have no idea why we're still letting that guy on the track right now, but we are. And yeah, we are looking at Evan right now, leading by 3 seconds now over P2. And this is starting to be a little chaotic, but now I feel like, guys, the most chaotic part of the night is starting to even out. And we have Evan out in the lead.
You know, Jonathan, every time we said that things are starting to calm down, that only means that there's more chaos coming. 4 minutes left, at least 4 to 5 laps to go. I'm expecting one more big shunt somewhere on the circuit. We'll see when that happens.
Absolutely. And Evan really clear of everything right now. Evan really has to just play the long game here and just keep it consistent, keep it on track. When he sees other cars ahead of him, or in this case, a lap car behind him, wouldn't be a bad idea to just create some space between him and the car ahead, as we have Alexandro going on the inside for some reason there. I don't know if I missed something, but he was going well on the inside, maybe potentially blocking Hugh, who may have just brushed the wall, but kept on going. Insane. This is now down to the last 3.5 minutes of the night. A lot to play for. Alexandro could win the overall here, even if he loses this next position.
Definitely, yeah, looking like Alexander just trying to make sure that Hugh doesn't get too much of a draft on the straightaway, since that weaving from side to side. But so far looking comfortable. Obviously, you can afford to lose a couple spots and still get the job done. So if I were him, I would be feeling quite comfortable at the moment.
All right, down to the final 3 minutes here. Just want to give a couple of shout-outs to Jacob, who's recovered to a 5th even through all that crazy chaos. And then a couple new faces, Jet, Joel, Donald, Caden. Those are some names we haven't talked about yet. They're going to end the night tentatively with a solid top 10. And then back over to the 62 car right here. I realize P1 and P2 are both 62, but back onto Alexandro here. This is, guys, probably going to be the overall champion, assuming that it stays like this. But pretty well deserved. He was consistent, definitely got a few pulls, a few wins, and he's going to come home overall as the second ever Boost Foundation Sim Classic champ, assuming it stays like it is.
Absolutely, and you never know, okay, because we do have a lot of people on track here, and they're going to be doing some pretty wild things. I think if you're Alessandro and if you have Hugh behind you here, you know, maybe you want to finish second for the glory, but at the same time, if you get much closer, maybe you don't want to fight that too hard here.
Absolutely. Let's get back onto Evan here. Focusing on him. He's probably got about 2 laps. He'll probably get the white flag on the next lap here, but a big shout out to him. He kept it clean, stayed with the front pack, avoided all the chaos, and he'll end the night with a solid first place. Also take a moment to thank once again World of Racing and Casey Cook's Boost Foundation. What an awesome event, guys. This has been a lot of fun for sure, and I certainly hope we do it a 3rd time next year as well and keep it rolling. Also, Casey has a lot of fun other activities around the corner here. He has the K1 Speed Classic, which is always a really fun time. I know he's maybe thinking about doing something at the Winchester circuit, so a lot of really exciting stuff, and who knows, maybe we'll be competitors in the next couple events here.
Yeah, definitely. All this commentating and watching has got me itching to do some driving now. I won't lie to you, Jonathan. But I have to say, it's been quite a bit of fun to watch the chaos from the sidelines. So
absolutely, absolutely. And I'll take back my words from a lap ago here. Looks like we're going to come to the white flag on this next lap here. And we will see what happens in just a few moments. But guys, what has been the highlight of the night for you here as we probably take a look at the final lap of the entire evening?
I have to say that MX5 Cup racing never ceases to disappoint. A lot of chaos, but also a lot of really good racing. I enjoy this IndyCar stuff. It's been entertaining for probably chaos alone. But the wheel-to-wheel stuff in that MX5 Cup series always puts on a great show. So definitely a highlight for me.
Absolutely. How about you, Tony?
Yeah, 100% agree. I think that was the highlight, especially the second race of the MX-5 Cup. But it just goes to show you, even at these very high levels of motorsport, it's not necessarily always the most fun or competitive cars. Sometimes it's the slowest cars driving them fast on that limit that are the most enjoyable and entertaining to watch.
Absolutely. And as we round turn number 4, Evan is going to bring it home as the winner of the final race of the evening, and your overall champ is going to be Alexandro, finishing a solid second, well-deserved champion. And we'll conclude with Hugh on the podium, Aiden crossing the finish line now, and Jacob Reese, last year's champ, finishing in a solid top 5. Congrats to all the competitors, and guys, any final words?
Yeah, as you mentioned, great driving from everyone this evening. Really great show put on by the drivers tonight. Really a blast to announce out there. We'll have your podium for you in a little bit, but now I think we know that Alexandra will be our reigning champ of the evening. So, pleasure to speak to you guys out there, and we'll see you guys around.
That was a lot of fun. Tony, any final words from you?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm hyped to be able to put this on my resume now. My first time commentating, but I think it went well. Joined by some fantastic people here. But again, thank you to Casey Cook and World of Racing for putting this on and letting us do this thing. Thank you very much, guys.
Awesome. And guys, once again, thank you to all the competitors and viewers, to the 6 of you who watch this. You guys mean the world to us. And we will see you guys next year. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, guys, and shout out to Eddie S14. We love you as well.